Chapter 40. An interesting trick? Klein asked out of curiosity. Old Neil chuckled. I'll patrol the weapons, materials, and documents warehouse. Use the 2 cups on the table to brew 2 cups of coffee. Put something bad in one of the cups. As for what it is, you can decide for yourself. Use your imagination. The only requirement is that you don't waste too much coffee powder. I ground it myself using coffee beans from the Highlands. All right. Although Klein didn't quite understand what old Neil was up to, he still happily agreed. As he watched Klein take out a copper key and open the armory's metal door, he heard the drawn-out footsteps echoing inside. He slowly set up the cups and confirmed that there was hot water in the kettle. Removing the lid of the silver-inlaid tin can, Klein used a small spoon that suffused a metallic luster to scoop a spoonful of fragrant coffee powder into the 2 cups. Then, he poured in hot water and stirred it. As a transmigrator who had come from an era with abundant resources, he wasn't a stranger to coffee. After doing all of this, Klein thought for a moment before sitting down. He crossed his right leg and used his hand to scoop up some of the dirt on his leather boot before placing it into the cup on his left. Then, he carefully stirred it again until the 2 cups of coffee were almost identical in terms of color and fragrance. A few minutes later, old Neil walked out of the armory with his key string in hand and closed the metal door with a clang. It's done. His slightly turbid dark red eyes turned as he looked at Klein across the table. It's done. Klein nodded in reply. Old Neil chuckled as he undid the silver chain around his wrist and sat down. His expression quickly turned calm as he extended the chain in his left hand, letting it hang vertically over the coffee cup on his right. The pure white crystal was just short of being stained by the liquid. Amidst the relaxing tranquility, the white crystal inexplicably began to sway slightly as the silver chain began to spin counterclockwise. This cup is for letting off bad things, old Neil said with certainty. Without waiting for Klein's confirmation, he put away the silver chain and took a sip of the coffee beside him. Do you like bitter coffee? I have a spoonful of sugar and a spoonful of milk. Klein didn't answer. He asked with great interest, Your divination results are very accurate. Did you rely on that white crystal? Is it a white crystal? This is the pendulum in divination, also known as spirit pendulum. It relies on one's astral projection's connection with the spirit world and the cosmos. It uses natural materials to communicate with spirituality, such as crystals, gems, and special metals to divine the good or bad of an object. Let's go back to the 2 cups of coffee. Shaking it counterclockwise is bad, and shaking it clockwise is good. Not shaking it means it's neither good nor bad. You can also write the incident on a piece of paper. Take note, it's an incident, not a question. Old Neil put down the coffee cup in his hand and explained in detail. As if in thought, Klein said, Yes. In other words, don't use questioning sentences? Yes, you can't use, who is willing to be my fiancé? You have to use, who is willing to be my fiancé? Write it on a piece of paper and place it flat on the table. Then, use your non-dominant hand to hold the pendulum chain. Take note, use your dominant hand. Old Neil chuckled. At this moment, straighten your arm and adjust the length of the pendulum chain. Let the crystal hang right above the piece of paper, almost touching the incident we wrote. Then, close your eyes and recite the sentence 7 times in your heart. After you finish, open your eyes and see if the spirit pendulum is spinning. If not, close your eyes again and repeat the previous process until there is a pendulum. Klein nodded slightly. Counterclockwise, no, and clockwise, yes? It can also be interpreted as not going well, and going well. Old Neil corrected him and taught Klein the other uses and details of spirit pendulum divination. Klein thought about it a few times and realized that it was a very practical divination technique. For example, in an unfamiliar environment, he could use it to quickly determine if food was poisonous. He didn't need to learn skills like field biology. Of course, this form of divination was too simple, and there were only 2 or 3 answers. There was no way to conduct in-depth research and interpretation. For example, although some things were harmful to the body, they could become extremely beneficial after certain treatment. For example, some ingredients were indeed harmful to the human body, but it wasn't serious. When one was about to starve to death, it wasn't too much of a problem to eat. These were things that couldn't be determined with spirit pendulums. I have to quickly save up money to buy crystal or pure silver to create a spirit pendulum. Klein sighed. Old Neil looked at him in surprise. You can directly apply for it. It's a standard equipment for Beyonders, especially support-type Beyonders like us. There's also a topaz and a pure silver spirit pendulum in the armory. But I'm not considered an official member of the team. Klein's heart palpitated as he hesitated. Old Neil chuckled. For Beyonders, regardless of whether they are official members or not, since they aren't getting a raise, they definitely have to be given some convenience in other aspects. It might be more appropriate to use benefits. I'll apply to Captain later. Klein secretly clenched his fists and made up his mind. Without giving it a try, how would he know if Captain would agree? All right. Old Neil smiled and said, let's begin the official mysticism course. One of its basics is symbolism. Do you know what symbolism is? Klein recalled the bits and pieces he had heard before, as well as what he had seen and heard in the spirit world and above the gray fog. He deliberated and said, be it the spirit world, the illusory cosmos, or the unknown realms, they are all beyond the world of our senses. It's not something that can be accurately described by our ears, nose, or eyes. What we get are indescribable, intuitive revelations and experiences. They also appear as abstract symbols and graphic symbols. These symbols represent different things and different meanings. It's very accurate, as expected of a seer. Old Neil nodded solemnly. Only by grasping the ability to interpret symbolism can one be considered to have truly entered the door of mysticism. Yes, the patterns on the tarot cards and every element on the pattern are a symbol, a man-made symbol that helps us understand and interpret the primordial revelation. He took out a piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen beside him, and drew a short arc. Following that, he added a few vertical lines below the arc and looked up at Klein. Do you know what this symbol represents? Klein looked at it again and again, and after a while, he hesitantly said, eyelashes. Old Neil exhaled and said, this is the symbol of the harvest constellation. This is the symbol of the thunder constellation, and this is the symbol of the hoarfrost constellation. He casually drew a few more symbols. As Klein memorized them, he couldn't help but say, the names of these constellations are really, really simple. Yes, simple. How rustic and primitive, old Neil revealed a smile. Back then, Roselle the Great thought so too. He always wanted to change the constellations' names to something like Virgo, Cancer, or Scorpio. Unfortunately, he was unable to resist the power of tradition. At least the ancient names of these constellations and the dates they represent can guide farming and harvest. I have to say, Roselle the Great is a person with ideas. Klein didn't know how to lampoon. Yes, Roselle the Great was probably a decent person when he was alive. Old Neil couldn't understand Klein's humor. He continued explaining the various basic symbols, such as the various constellations, such as the sun, the crimson moon, the brown star, the scarlet star, and the blue star. As he spoke, he also taught Klein how to draw a divination astrolabe and things to take note of. He also taught him the production and materials of the crystal ball, and the choice of incantations. It was a feast for Klein's eyes. If he hadn't discovered that the seer potion could slightly improve his memory, he would have gotten old Neil to stop long ago to make it easier for him to digest what he had learned. That's all for today's mysticism lesson. Think about it yourself. If you have any questions, you can come to me. Old Neil took out a golden pocket watch and snapped it open. "Don't forget to read the historical information I prepared for you. Frankly speaking, I feel fear when I see it." "All right." Klein took the draft that old Neil had written with symbols and quickly went through the mysticism knowledge he had learned today to prevent himself from forgetting it. Old Neil took another sip of the coffee he had brewed and said, "Just memorizing it won't do. Memory alone won't do. You have to use it often. Only then can you turn the knowledge into your instinct. Also, meditation has to be done every day. Only by practicing and using it often can you truly grasp the power of the potion, dig out its hidden mysteries, and eliminate the negative effects." At the mention of this, Klein thought of acting and the divination club. He probed, "My potion's powers are related to divination. It's impossible to practice it alone. I have to interact with a large number of people and divine for them separately to quickly grasp it. I plan on joining the Divination Club on Howe Street in Northborough when I have extra money. I want to become a true seer. This matter would definitely not be hidden from the Nighthawks in the future. It was better to lay the groundwork ahead of time. Your thoughts are very similar to Daly's. She keeps saying that she wants to become a true spirit medium." Old Neil shook his head and laughed. "But why wait until I have extra money? You can write an application to Dunn and get him to approve the fees. Organizations like the Divination Club might have cultists and members of evil organizations mixed in. As a civilian member of the Nighthawks, you are a standard beyonder. Joining them will make it easier for you to monitor them. It's a job requirement. We used to patrol these places regularly, but due to a lack of manpower, it was difficult for us to follow them for long periods of time. Now I'll leave it to you." Was there such a thing? Looking at old Neil's serious expression, Klein was stunned. This was an open and above-board excuse to claim expenses for his personal affairs. "I don't know anything about such things, I'm just a keyboard warrior after all. You want to use your own money to do this?" Old Neil saw this and added with a smile. Klein immediately shook his head and replied in a firm tone, "I'll report it to the captain later." Old Neil nodded in satisfaction and looked at the cup of coffee that had yet to be poured out. "What exactly did you put in there?" Klein smiled in embarrassment. It's just a little bit of mud on the soles of my boot. It's almost the same color as your coffee powder." Old Neil was startled. He suddenly covered his mouth with his hand and growled in a low voice. Chapter 41. After pouring himself a cup of coffee, he returned to the armory and took the thick stack of historical documents and the explanatory drafts that old Neil had organized. Klein followed the gas lamps on the wall and turned towards the staircase that led to the Blackthorn Security Company. Tap, thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed in the sealed and empty underground. Klein walked down the spiral staircase, pushed open the door, and went straight for the second office on the opposite side. After 2 days of familiarizing himself with the place, he had a general understanding of the layout of the Blackthorn Security Company. The first thing he saw was a spacious reception hall with a set of sofas, tables, and chairs. After passing through a partition, he reached the inner area. The 3 rooms on the left of the corridor, from near to far, were Mrs. Oriana's accounting office, a lounge with a few sofa-like beds, and the staircase that led underground. The 3 rooms on the right, from near to far, were Captain Dunn Smith's office, the civilian staff office with typewriters, and the recreation room for the official members of the Nighthawks. Klein had previously seen Leonard Mitchell playing cards with 2 other team members in the recreation room. He guessed that it was Fight the Landlord. Of course, Roselle the Great had already renamed it Fight the Evil, but the gameplay was no different from what Klein knew. Bright would have a day of sleep after his night shift. Rochun stayed at the reception desk. Cesar Francis, who was in charge of purchasing and applying for supplies as well as part-time carriage driver, was out as usual. When Klein pushed open the door to the civilian staff office, he saw that the 3 tables inside were empty. A typewriter was placed there silently. Ackerson Company's Model 1346 typewriter. Klein, who had seen similar items in his tutor's office and Welch's house, muttered. He felt that the vaguely visible complex control system was filled with a mechanical beauty. He walked to the desk with the typewriter and sat down. After some thought, he attempted to type in virtual mode. In the beginning, he instinctively converted it to Pinyin. Only when he was familiar with it did he digest the corresponding memory fragments of the original Klein and stop making mistakes. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic tapping of the keyboard was like a hard music from metal and industry. Accompanied by this melody, Klein quickly completed the application document. But he wasn't in a hurry to find Dunn Smith. Instead, he calmed himself down and carefully read the historical materials provided by Old Neil. It was both revision and learning. When it was close to noon, he stretched his neck and put away the materials. Based on the draft of the Mysticism Studies course, he reflected on and consolidated the content he learned in the morning. It was not until then that he took the application, went to the office next door, and knocked on the door slowly. Dunn was waiting for lunch to be delivered. When he saw the documents handed over by Klein, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Old Neil taught you that?" Klein betrayed Old Neil without hesitation. Dunn picked up the dark red fountain pen and signed. "I was just about to apply for funding for July, August, and September from the church and the county police department. I'll include yours in the list. Once it's approved, I'll get Mrs. Oriana to withdraw it. The spirit pendulum can be collected in the afternoon." "All right," Klein answered simply and forcefully. His tone and gaze were tainted with obvious joy. Before he left, he asked casually, "What's the matter? How can there be a need to apply for July's funding in July?" Dunn was silent for a few seconds. He picked up his coffee cup and took a sip. "There were 3 cases in a row in June. I was so busy that I forgot some things. As expected of Captain with a bad memory." Klein knew that he had asked a question he shouldn't have. He laughed dryly and hurried out. As expected of Captain with a bad memory. Klein knew that he had asked a question he shouldn't have. He laughed dryly and hurried out the door. Just like that, he began a simple and regular life. Half an hour of cogitation in the morning, 2 hours of mysticism lessons in the morning, and 1.5 hours of historical information. After lunch, he would take a nap in the lounge to recover his energy. Following that, he would get some bullets and head to the shooting club to practice. After practice, he would stroll to Welch's residence, which wasn't too far away. He would change his route and walk back to Iron Cross Street. This way, he could save on the public carriage fare. If he had free time, he would practice his spirit vision, spirit pendulum, and other skills. He would also do some grocery shopping. In a private chemistry laboratory with complete equipment and items. Audrey, who was tall and had soft blonde hair, stared at the cup in her hand. Countless bubbles emerged, causing the atmosphere to become quiet. Finally, the liquid in the cup settled into a sticky silvery white. "Haha, I really do have talent in mysticism. I succeeded on my first try. I was worried about failure and prepared 2 sets of ingredients." The girl muttered to herself in delight. She put away the leftover ingredients she had taken from her family's treasury and exchanged with others. She took a deep breath and prepared to close her eyes and drink the spectator potion. Just then, a woof 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 came from outside the laboratory. Audrey frowned. She placed the cup with the silvery white liquid gently rippling in a dark corner, turned around and walked to the door. "Susie, who's here?" Audrey twisted the doorknob and asked the golden retriever sitting by the door. Susie wagged her tail with a fawning look. Her personal maidservant, Annie, appeared in the nearby corridor. Audrey walked out of the laboratory, closed the door, and looked at Annie. She looked at Annie and said, "Didn't I tell you? Don't disturb me when I'm doing chemistry experiment." Annie answered in distress, "But there's an invitation from the Duchess." There is an invitation from the Duchess, Lady Della, the wife of the Duke of Negan. Audrey took a few steps forward and approached Annie. Yes, she invited the royal baker, Madame Weaver. She invited Madame and you to have afternoon tea. Annie explained the contents of the invitation. Audrey indiscernibly puffed up her cheeks and said, "Tell my mother that I'm dizzy. Perhaps it's because the sun is too strong and I'm a little dehydrated. Get her to apologize to Lady Della on my behalf." As she spoke, she pretended to be weak. "Miss, this isn't just afternoon tea, it's also a literary salon," Annie added. "But this won't cure my dizziness. I need rest," Audrey firmly rejected. At the same time, she silently muttered inwardly, "If you insist, I'll faint for all of you to see. The etiquette teacher said that I did it perfectly. I think I heard something? All right." Annie exhaled. "Do you need me to help you back to your room?" "There's no need. I'll clean up the laboratory first." Audrey wished she could immediately return and consume the potion. However, she held back her urge and watched Annie leave before returning to the laboratory's entrance. Suddenly, she realized that Susie, who was supposed to be outside, was gone. The laboratory's door was ajar. "I forgot that Susie knows how to open doors with handles. What's that sound? Not good." When Audrey heard the crisp sound from inside, she suddenly thought of something and rushed into the laboratory. All she could see was the shattered cup on the ground, and the golden retriever, Susie, had licked off the last drop of silvery white liquid. Audrey stood dumbfounded at the door like a statue. The golden retriever, Susie, immediately sat up straight and looked at her owner innocently, wagging her tail. In the outer seas of Pritz Harbor, on an island that was always shrouded in storms, an ancient sailboat was docked at the harbor. A man with soft blonde hair and a lightning-patterned robe looked at Alger Wilson opposite him and said in puzzlement, "Alger, you could have returned to the kingdom and become a captain of the mandated punishers or a respectable bishop. Alger, you could have returned to the kingdom and become a captain of a mandated punisher team or a respectable bishop. Why did you choose to go out to sea and become the captain of the Blue Avenger?" Alger's rough and deep face didn't have any additional expression as he solemnly replied, "The sea belongs to the storm. This is the Lord's kingdom. I am willing to follow the Lord's will and patrol this kingdom for him." "All right." The yellow-haired man clenched his fist and punched his chest. "May the storm be with you. May the storm be with you." Alger returned the standard etiquette. He stood on the deck with only a few crew members and watched as his companion left the ghost ship and walked further and further away. "Signs, you don't understand because you don't know enough," Alger muttered silently. At the same time, Audrey completed the second concoction in fear. Looking at the silvery white potion that didn't look any different from before, she was so touched that she nearly cried. Phew! She drank the spectator potion in small but quick sips. On Friday, a storm hit Tingen, and the rain beat on all the windows. Inside the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein, Roshan, and Bright sat on the sofa in the reception hall, enjoying lunch on the table. As there was only a stove to boil water, there was no way to heat up leftovers. Klein couldn't possibly eat black bread every day or take the public carriage back. He would have to consider taking a bus back after walking from Iron Cross Street to Welch's residence in the afternoon. It was a huge waste of money. Therefore, he could only follow Roshan and his colleagues to eat the so-called office food. The nearby Old Will restaurant would send a waiter over at 10:30 every day to ask how many people wanted lunch. After confirming the number of servings, they would send it over at 12:30 in a container similar to a lunchbox. At 3 in the afternoon, they would ask if they wanted to order dinner and take back the cutlery. Such meals included meat, vegetables, and bread. Although the portions weren't large, it was enough to fill a person's stomach. A meal ranged from 7 to 10 pence, with different grades. Klein shamelessly chose the meal that cost 7 pence every time. Usually there was half a pound of oat bread, a small piece of meat cooked in different ways, a spoonful of vegetable soup, and a little cream or butter. There's actually only one nighthawk here today. Roshan scooped the soup into her mouth. I heard that there's a case in Golden Industry. There's a cult involved, so the police department invited 2 nighthawks over, Bright said as he put down his bag. Klein dipped the remaining oat bread into the last bit of meat juice, and stuffed it into his mouth, without saying a word. Inside his left sleeve, there was a faint silver chain with a topaz hanging on it. At that moment, there was a knocking sound coming from the half-closed door. "Please come in." Roshan was taken aback. She put down her spoon, quickly wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, and stood up. The door was pushed open, and a man wearing a half-top hat walked in. His black suit was drenched on his left shoulder. His sideburns were white, and he held an umbrella in his hand. He looked at Klein and company. "This is the former mercenary squad?" "You can say that," Roshan answered familiarly. The lanky man coughed and said, "That's right." Chapter 42. I have a mission to entrust. I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. This security company's brand is really just a brand. Upon hearing the visitor's words, Klein immediately cursed. He hated the fact that there weren't any forums or bullet screen comments for him to communicate with. However, he quickly recalled that he had once asked a similar question. The captain's answer was that if he was free, why not take on the job? The money earned could be used for the team's coffers and the welfare of the participants. Roshan's eyes darted around as she thought for a moment. Our security personnel are out on a mission. They will take at least an hour to return. If your matter isn't urgent, we can consider it. Among the 6 official Nighthawks, Captain Dunn Smith had been invited to the cathedral by the bishop. It was unknown what they were discussing. Leonard Mitchell was guarding Cheney's gate on his behalf. Corpse Collector Fry and Sleepless Royale Redine had already headed to Golden Indus Borough to cooperate with the police in investigating a theft that was related to a sect. Another Sleepless, Kenley White, was on a break. Another midnight poet, Sikatron, had gone to Raphael's cemetery in the outskirts of the North Borough for her daily patrol. As for the remaining 2 Beyonders, Old Neil was old and weak. He hadn't been on a mission in a long time, while Klein was still considered a beginner. He was truly a dabbler in every aspect. None of them are here. The tall, thin man with white sideburns and an umbrella had a gloomy expression. He took off his hat and bowed. "Sorry for disturbing you. Farewell." He turned around and walked out the door. Amidst the pitter-pattering rain and howling wind, he left 36, Zutland Street along the stairs. What a coincidence. Roshan watched the gentleman leave and sighed regretfully. Although she wouldn't receive a share of the commission, she would definitely be able to share in a sumptuous meal. There's no other way. Cheney's gate needs to be guarded at all times. Klein put down his knife, fork, and spoon in satisfaction. Even though he didn't like the turnip and vegetable soup, he finished it all. "Don't tell me you want Bright to go on a mission? Or yourself?" Roseanne's eyes darted around as she giggled. "Bright can't, but you can. Our Mr. Sear." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly came to a realization and hurriedly shut her mouth. This was because the door had yet to close. If anyone passing by or visiting heard about Beyonders, it would be considered a leak. Fortunately, Captain isn't here. Roshan looked at the door and secretly stuck out her tongue. "Otherwise, I would have to go and repent again." Bright and Klein laughed at the same time. They looked at each other and began to clean up the tableware. After settling everything, Klein, who didn't bring an umbrella, chose to stay at Blackthorn Security Company when he saw that the storm hadn't stopped. He took a newspaper, sat on the soft and bouncy sofa, and took a leisurely lunch break. The airship route from Bakeland to Desi Bay is open. The Great Detective Munson has been compiled into a book and will be published soon. An advertisement for the Leogla's Arms Shop? A standard revolver with 6 bullets costs £3 and 10 soldi. A double-barreled shotgun costs £2. As Klein flipped through the Tingeon City Honest paper, he suddenly discovered a piece of news. The criminals who murdered Mr. Welch and Ma Amnaya have all been arrested. It is believed that the panic that has spread through North Borough, Golden Indus Borough, and East Borough will be greatly alleviated. Welch's father, the banker Mr. McGovern, has escorted his youngest son's corpse back to Constant City for a grand funeral. After reading it a few times, Klein suddenly sighed. From the looks of it, Welch's father has already believed the police and didn't hire another private investigator to investigate. His feelings for losing his youngest son are definitely not as bad as my parents losing their only son. With his mood sinking, Klein sat there for a long time without moving. As for the fact that he wasn't invited to Welch's and Naya's funerals, he didn't find it strange, nor did he feel depressed. When everything calms down, I'll find an opportunity to offer a bouquet of flowers to their graves. Just as Klein was about to take a nap in the lounge, there was a sudden knock on the reception hall's door. "Please come in." Roshan's head nodded, and she immediately sobered up. The half-closed door was pushed open, and the tall, skinny man with white sideburns and dressed in formal attire from before walked in again. "Can I wait here for a while? Your mercenaries, no, security personnel should be back soon, right?" He tried to hide his anxious expression and asked sincerely. "Sure, you can sit there for a while." Roshan pointed to the sofa next to her. Klein, on the other hand, asked out of curiosity, "Where did you hear about our security company? Who referred you here?" So much so that he had to make 2 trips in the afternoon in the heavy rain, and was willing to wait? Yes, it must be because the members of the Nighthawks easily completed missions that others thought were difficult and accumulated enough reputation in this line of work. The tall and thin man leaned his umbrella against the door, walked to the sofa, and answered with a bitter smile, "I've visited all the mercenaries, security companies, and private detectives in the nearby street. Only you have any hope. They don't have the manpower to take on other missions. To be honest, if I hadn't met a waiter who delivered food, I really wouldn't have thought that there would be a security company here. It's completely different from what I imagined." Klein was stunned. Roshan interrupted and asked, "They're very busy? So many missions?" The tall and thin man with white sideburns sat down and sighed. "You're a mercenary team, no, a security company. You should have heard of the burglary and murder case on Howe Street, right?" "Howe Street. Burglary and murder case. All right, unfortunately, I'm one of the people involved." Klein nodded with a heavy heart. "You're a mercenary team, no, a security company. You should have heard of the burglary and murder case on Howe Street, right?" "Yes." "Due to the viciousness and cruelty of the criminals, all the tycoons in the nearby streets, and even all of Tingeon City, are afraid. Other than increasing their own guards, they also hired a lot of additional security personnel and private detective. This has created an obvious lack of manpower in this line of work," the tall and thin man answered clearly. A standard chain reaction. Klein and Roshan looked at each other and saw the self-deprecating look on each other's faces. The security industry had entered its golden age, but the Blackthorn didn't feel anything at all. It was obvious how much of a failure this company was. Of course, in a certain sense, it also proved that the Nighthawk's concealment was successful. After waiting for another 20 minutes, seeing that the storm was about to stop, Klein prepared to pack up and leave for the shooting club to practice his revolver. At that moment, the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell came out from the partition and looked at the sofa in confusion. "Who is this?" "The client captain is back," Roshan asked happily. "Back?" The tall and thin man was stunned. "I've been sitting here, staring at the door. Why didn't I notice anyone coming back?" Roshan's expression froze as she chuckled. "As a security company, we don't just have the front door." "Got it." The tall and thin man nodded in enlightenment. As for being addressed as captain, he didn't find it strange at all. A security company used to be a small mercenary team or a small mercenary guild. It was rather normal for a captain to appear. Leonard's white shirt wasn't tied up, and his black vest was casually draped over his shoulders. He looked at the tall and thin man and suddenly snapped his fingers. "I'm a security member of the Blackthorn. How should I address you? What's the matter you wish to entrust me with?" Perhaps having heard of the unrestrained nature of mercenaries, the tall and thin man wasn't angered by the insult. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. He watched as Leonard sat down and organized his word. "My name is Clee. I'm the butler of the tobacco merchant, Mr. Vickroy. His only son, little Elliot, was kidnapped this morning. We have already reported it to the police and received sufficient attention. However, Mr. Vickroy is still worried. He wishes to use your mercenary, security channels, as well as your understanding of Tingen to investigate from another direction to ensure that little Elliot is rescued safely. If you can find the kidnapper's hideout, Mr. Vickroy is willing to pay £100. If you have a way to successfully rescue young Master Elliot, he is willing to double the payment to a lump sum of £200. Leonard Mitchell smiled leisurely. "Mr. Vickroy seems to only wish for us to find the kidnapper's hideout? Otherwise, he wouldn't think that his only son is only worth £100. A tobacco merchant with close ties to the southern plantations wouldn't only be able to fork out £200. No, Mr. Vickroy is only an ordinary businessman. He isn't a tycoon. Besides, he believes that the police are more professional when it comes to rescuing people," Clee answered frankly. "All right, no problem." Leonard snapped his fingers again. He looked at Roseanne with his dark green eyes. "Beautiful lady, I'll have to trouble you to draft up a contract. Don't always think of yourself as a poet. In fact, you only know how to recite the works of others." Roshun was used to exchanging mockery with Leonard, so she forgot that there were guests present. Of course, the Blackthorn Security Company didn't care who the client was. It was fine if they had it, but it didn't matter if they didn't. Roshun left the reception desk and entered the clerk's office. Tapping sounds could be heard immediately. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. He felt that they were too unprofessional. They didn't even have a standard, ready-made contract. "This is really a sad thing, and what's even sadder is that I'm actually in such an unprofessional company." Amidst his thoughts, Rona drafted up a contract that only had a few clauses. She got Clee and Leonard to sign it. After Clee stamped it, she took the contract and entered the accounting office. She got Mrs. Oriana to get the Blackthorn Security Company stamp. The stamp was practically useless. Dunn usually handed it to Oriana for safekeeping. On Sundays, he would give it to Roshun and the rest. "I'll be waiting for your good news." After receiving one of the contracts, Clee stood up, took off his hat, and bowed. Leonard didn't respond. He remained silent for more than 10 seconds, as though he was thinking about something. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Klein, revealing a smile. He revealed a smile and said, "I need your help." Klein was taken aback. "What I mean is that you and I will complete this mission together." Leonard's lips curled up as he explained, "I'm good at fighting, shooting, climbing, sensing, and reciting, as well as some support, but that doesn't include finding people. You wouldn't want old Neil to go out in such weather, right?" When he said, sensing, his voice was muffled, making it impossible for anyone to hear him clearly. All right. Klein had the urge to try out a new skill, but he was also a little wary of Leonard Mitchell. Chapter 43. Looking at Klein, Leonard nodded with a smile in his green eyes. "What do you need from them?" He had worked with old Neil and the others many times, so he naturally knew that divination needed a medium, especially when the protagonist wasn't around. Klein thought for a moment before looking at Butler Clee. "I need clothes that Elliot has worn recently that haven't been washed. It would be even better if there are accessories that he used to wear." He tried to choose the normal medium, and not the kind of thing that would arouse the imagination of ordinary people. But even so, Clee still had a puzzled expression on his face. "Why?" After asking, he added, I have young Master Elliot's photo with me. Why? Because we need to find his whereabouts through divination. Klein was momentarily at a loss for an answer. If he told them the truth, ignoring the fact that it might violate the confidentiality clause, Kelly would most likely turn around and leave. He would tear up the contract and curse inwardly, "These cheats. If this works, I might as well find the most famous shaman in Alwa County." Beside him, Leonard Mitchell chuckled and said, "Mr. Klee, my companion, colleague, has a strange pet. Its sense of smell is even more sensitive than a hunting dog's, so we need the clothes that little Elliot has worn and the items that he once carried with him to help us find him. As you know, clues usually only lead to a general area. As for that photo, we also need it. He and I need to know what Elliot looks like." Klee accepted the explanation and nodded slowly. "Are you going to wait here, or are you coming with me to Mr. Vickroy's residence in the city?" "Let's go together to save time," Klein answered concisely. He wanted to test his beyonder abilities, but he also had the simple desire to save others. "All right, the carriage is downstairs," the old butler, Klee, said as he took out a black and white photograph from his pocket and handed it to Leonard. This was a solo photo of Elliot Vickroy. He was about 10 years old, and his hair was slightly long, almost covering his eyes. There were obvious freckles on his face, and he didn't look too special. Leonard glanced at it and passed it to Klein. Klein took a closer look and pocketed the photo. He picked up his cane, put on his hat, and followed the two people in front of him out of the Blackthorn Security Company. They entered the carriage parked downstairs. The interior of the carriage was quite spacious, with thick carpets and small tables for placing items. Due to the old butler Klee's presence, Klein and Leonard did not say anything. They quietly sensed the carriage moving forward steadily on the puddled road amidst the gradually lightening raindrops. Not a bad coachman. After an unknown period of time, Leonard broke the silence and praised with a smile. "N." Klein replied perfunctorily. The old butler, Klee, squeezed out a smile. "Your praise is his honor." "We're almost there." Fearing that the kidnappers would notice them, the carriage did not approach Vickroy's residence. Instead, it stopped at a nearby street. The old butler, Klee, returned alone with an umbrella. While waiting, Leonard said to Klein, "I didn't have any ulterior motives when I speculated the reason. I didn't have any ulterior motives when I speculated the reason last time. I just wanted to tell you that the notebook will definitely appear again, perhaps very soon." "That's really not a pleasant deduction." Klein used his chin to point at the coachman outside, indicating that they should not discuss sensitive topics with others around. Leonard whistled and turned to look out the window. He saw droplets of rain sliding down the glass, leaving behind blurry marks. It made the world outside a complete blur. After a while, Klee returned with a bag of items. As he had left in a hurry, his pants were covered in mud. There were many wet marks on the front of his body. "These are the clothes young Master Elliot wore yesterday. This is the storm amulet he wore previously." Klein received it and took a look. He realized that it was a miniature gentleman's suit. There was a shirt, a vest, a bow tie, and so on. As for the storm amulet, it had a bronze base and was engraved with symbols that symbolized strong winds and waves. However, it did not trigger Klein's inspiration. "I'll now tell you the details of young Master Elliot's kidnapping so that you can lock onto your target." The old butler, Klee, sat down and repeated the nightmare he had experienced in the morning. He hoped that the helper he had gone to great lengths to find would be of some use. Klein and Leonard were not interested in the details. They were only concerned about the number of kidnappers, whether there was anything unusual about them, and whether they were armed. 3 normal, armed. After obtaining the information they wanted, they bade farewell to Klee and hired a 2-wheeled carriage nearby. Unlike public horse carriages, these kinds of carriages had 4 wheels and 2 wheels. They could be charged based on the distance traveled or the time traveled. The former was 4 pence for 1 kilometer in the city and 8 pence for 1 kilometer in the suburbs. The latter was 2 soldi per hour. If it was less than an hour, it would be charged as 1 hour. If it was more than an hour, it would be charged as 6 pence for every 15 minutes. If it was less than 15 minutes, it would be charged as 15 minutes. If there was bad weather or an emergency that needed to be sped up, the price would increase. Klein had heard from instructor Aztec that in the capital, Bakeland, the carriage drivers were famous for asking for ridiculous prices. To him, this was a rather extravagant luxury. However, he did not need to worry about this at the moment because Leonard had thrown 2 1 soldi notes to the carriage driver. Charge according to the time, Leonard instructed before closing the carriage door. "Where are you going?" the carriage driver asked, feeling both delighted and at a loss as he held the 2 notes. "Wait a moment." Leonard cast his gaze at Klein. Klein nodded slightly. He took out Elliot's clothes and spread them on the carriage's floor. Then, he wrapped the storm amulet around the tip of his cane. He held the silver-inlaid black cane and propped it straight on Elliot's clothes. A ball of light condensed in his mind as Klein's mood quickly calmed down. The brown color of his eyes darkened as he entered a half-cogitation state. He felt that the spirit in his body was showing signs of becoming light and floating. He could vaguely see the omnipresent world of spirits as he silently chanted Elliot's location. After repeating it 7 times, his hand left the black cane. Surprisingly, the cane did not fall to the ground. It remained standing straight, even though the carriage was shaking slightly. Subtle but invisible movements came from all directions. Klein felt as though he could sense pairs of indifferent eyes staring at him. During this period of time, he would occasionally experience similar feelings in his spirit vision state during cogitation. With this slightly creepy feeling, he stared at the cane with his dark eyes and chanted again in his heart. Elliot's location. Just as he finished chanting, the silver-inlaid, wooden, and black cane fell to the ground in front of him. "Go straight," Klein said in a deep voice as he held the cane. His voice sounded ethereal, as though it could penetrate the unknown world of spirits. This was one of the divination powers he possessed. It was called dowsing rod seeking. The item had to be made of wood, metal, or a mixture of both. Typically, this required 2 real dowsing rods. The shape was similar to an unbent iron wire bent at a right angle. One could then hold the shorter end of the rod and rotate it to determine the direction. However, as a seer, Klein realized that he could directly use this method to find people through practice. He could also use a cane in place of a dowsing rod. The direction in which it fell was the direction of the item he was looking for. As for the Antigonus family's notebook, Klein had no impression of it since he couldn't remember what it looked like. "Go straight," Leonard instructed the carriage driver loudly. "I'll tell you when it's time to turn." The carriage driver didn't understand why he was doing this, but the cash in his pocket and the fact that Klein didn't hesitate to hand over the money made him choose to accept it without saying a word. The carriage slowly moved forward, passing through one street after another. Along the way, Klein used dowsing rod seeking several times to correct his direction. After the carriage circled a building, he finally confirmed that Elliot was inside. It had only been 30 minutes since he bade farewell to Klee. After dismissing the carriage driver, Klein didn't use Elliot's clothes. Instead, he struck the cane that had a storm amulet swirling around it into the ground. His eyes darkened once again as the few raindrops around him suddenly swirled in place. The cane fell diagonally in front of him as Klein pointed at a staircase. "There. Sometimes I'm envious of old Neil. Similarly, I'm envious of you now." Leonard sighed with a smile when he saw this scene. Klein glanced at him and replied calmly, "This isn't considered difficult. As long as you are willing, you will definitely be able to learn it. Your spiritual perception should be very high, right?" Leonard nodded and chuckled. "That's not a good thing." He hastened his footsteps and walked into the staircase amidst the lingering rain. Afraid that he would ruin his suit, Klein nearly jogged to keep up. The building only had 3 floors, similar to an apartment building on Earth. There were only 2 rooms at each entrance. Klein used dowsing rod seeking on the first and second floors, but the cane remained stationary as it pointed upwards. The duo lightened their footsteps and arrived at the 3rd floor. Klein placed the silver-inlaid black cane on the ground again. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew past the staircase as his eyes changed color. They were so dark that they seemed to suck at one's soul. Woo woo woo. There seemed to be invisible sobbing sounds around him. Klein released his palm as the cane that had a storm amulet swirling around it magically stood upright. Silently reciting Elliot's location, he watched as his black cane fell to the ground and silently pointed at the room on the right. It should be inside. As Klein picked up the cane, he tapped his glabella twice. As the various colors deepened, he looked at the door on the right and saw the various auras inside. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 kidnappers and a hostage. The numbers match. One of them has a short aura, so it should be Elliot. Mr. Klee mentioned that they have 2 hunting rifles and a revolver. Klein whispered. Leonard chuckled. Let me recite a poem for them. Why do you want to be a kidnapper? Can't you be a civilized person? He put down the bag containing Elliot's clothes and took 2 steps forward. His expression instantly turned serene and sorrowful. His magnetic and deep voice slowly spread out. Ah, the threat of fear, the crimson hope. At least one thing is true. This life flees. One thing is true, and the rest are lies. Chapter 44. Leonard's recitation was like a lullaby. It gently reverberated between the left and right doors, and it echoed in the winding wooden staircase. Klein's mind immediately went into a trance, as though he could see the tranquil moonlight and the tranquil surface of a lake. His eyelids rapidly turned heavy, as though he could fall asleep standing up. In this blurry state, he felt an invisible, strange, and indifferent gaze from behind. It was as though he was roaming the spirit world. A baffling sense of déjà vu suffused him as Klein suddenly regained his train of thought. With his powerful spiritual perception and extremely familiar cogitation, he barely escaped the influence of the midnight poem. However, he remained calm, unable to produce any other emotions. Soon, Leonard stopped reciting and turned his head with a smile. I'm considering applying for a Phaenopotter lute. How can I recite without any accompaniment? Heh, I'm just joking. I heard them falling asleep. The black-haired, green-eyed nighthawk with the bearing of a poet strode forward and walked to the door where the kidnappers and hostages were. He suddenly swung his shoulders and punched the door lock. Kacha! The wooden boards around the door lock shattered, and the sound was extremely weak. This requires precise control, Leonard joked as he turned his head back. He reached his hand into the hole and opened the door. Klein, who had regained consciousness, wasn't as confident as he was. He reached under his armpit and pulled out his pistol. He adjusted the cylinder to ensure that he could fire immediately. As the door retreated, he saw a man sleeping on the table with his pistol by his feet. He also saw a man rubbing his eyes in a daze as he tried to stand up. Thud! Leonard slid forward and knocked out the hijacker who was about to wake up. Klein was about to follow in when he suddenly sensed something. He turned around abruptly and faced the stairs. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps gradually became clearer. A man in a brown coat without a hat was carrying a paper bag of bread. He circled the corner of the stairs and headed for the 3rd floor. Suddenly, he stopped and saw the metallic muzzle of the gun looking down at him. His pupils reflected a young man in a half-top hat, a black suit, and a bow tie of the same color, his cane leaning against the railing, his dangerous revolver. Stop all your movements and raise your hands. 3, 2. Klein's tone was low and soothing. He held the revolver with both hands and tried to use the man as a practice target. In the tense atmosphere, the man in the brown coat threw away the bag of bread and slowly raised his hand. Sir, have you misunderstood something? He stared at Klein's finger on the trigger and squeezed out a smile. For the time being, Klein couldn't determine whether he was a companion of the kidnappers or a neighbor, but he didn't show any abnormality on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Don't try to struggle. Someone will come to check if it's a misunderstanding." At this moment, Leonard, who had dealt with the kidnappers in the house, walked out. He glanced at the man at the corner of the stairs and said leisurely, "So the kidnappers have a companion who's responsible for receiving and buying food?" Upon hearing this, the pupils of the man in the brown coat constricted. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked the bag of bread in front of him in an attempt to block Klein's line of sight. Klein didn't seem to be affected as he calmly pulled the trigger as though he was practicing. Bang! Blood spurted out from the man's left shoulder. He rolled and was about to escape to the second floor, but Leonard had already reached out to hold the railing and jumped down. With a muffled thud, Leonard fell from the sky and landed on the man's body. The man fainted. Leonard patted away the bloodstains on his clothes and looked up at Klein with a chuckle. He chuckled and said, "Your marksmanship isn't bad. I was thinking of hitting his leg." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched indiscernibly as he caught a whiff of the faint scent of blood. He realized that although his vision, hearing, and touch hadn't been enhanced after consuming the seer potion, he could still see things that were blocked and hear weak footsteps, allowing him to make judgments in advance. Does this fall under the category of inspiration? Klein nodded in thought as he watched Leonard find a sharp dagger from the kidnapper's companion and drag him into the room. With a gun in one hand and a cane in the other, Klein walked into the room where the kidnappers were. He saw Elliot Vickroy wake up from the gunshot. His body went from curled up to straight before he slowly sat up. The original 3 kidnappers had been tied up tightly by Leonard with the rope they had used to deal with Elliot. They were strung together and thrown into a corner. As there wasn't enough rope, their clothes were torn to make up for it. The one who had been shot in the shoulder was being bandaged in an unconscious state, but Leonard didn't remove the bullet because he found it dirty. "Who are you?" Elliot stuttered with a hint of pleasant surprise when he saw the scene in front of him. "Yes, you guessed right. Very accurate," the half-squatting Leonard replied casually. "I didn't expect this fellow to have some sense of humor." Klein lowered his revolver and looked at Elliot. "We are mercenaries hired by your father. You can also call us security personnel." "Phew, really? Have I been saved?" Elliot asked with joy, but he didn't dare to make any sudden movements. It was obvious that he had suffered quite a bit in the short few hours since he was kidnapped. He didn't have the impulsiveness that a person his age should have. Leonard stood up and said to Klein, "Go downstairs and find the patrolling police. Go downstairs and find the patrolling police. Tell them to inform the tobacco merchant. I don't want to be like a kidnapper with a child and these 4 guys." Klein, who was thinking about how to deal with the aftermath, nodded, put away his revolver, and walked down the stairs with his cane in hand. As he walked down the stairs, he had a vague feeling that he had forgotten something. He then heard Leonard say to Elliot, "Don't be nervous. You will soon be able to meet your father, mother, and old butler, Clee. Why don't we play Gwent?" Klein held back his laughter as he walked into the streets outside. Following the directions of a passerby, he found 2 patrolling police officers. He did not use the badge and ID of the Special Operations Department. Instead, he told the whole story in the name of a professional security guard. As for the problem of him being armed, he wasn't worried at all. This was because he had just received the all-category weapon use permit the day before yesterday. He could apply for it through internal channels, and it would be approved very quickly. The 2 policemen exchanged looks, and one of them went to inform the helpers and the Vickroy family. The remaining one followed Klein back to the room where the kidnappers were. After waiting for more than 40 minutes, while the police weren't paying attention, Leonard signaled to Klein to sneak out of the room with him. "Trust me, going to the police station is a waste of time. Let's leave first," the Nighthawk with the bearing of a poet explained in a relaxed manner. Klein didn't retort and followed behind with the mentality that even if the sky collapsed, there would always be someone taller to hold it up. After nearly 5 minutes, a few carriages rushed to the building where the kidnappers were. The old butler, Clee, accompanied his fat master, Viceroy, down. Up to this point in time, he was still in a daze. He couldn't believe that the good news would come so quickly. It was as fast as a dream. Suddenly, he heard a crisp sound, and he subconsciously turned his head to look. A two-wheeled carriage drove past with the windows open. The black-haired, green-eyed Leonard snapped his fingers again. After passing the Viceroy family's carriage, Leonard closed the windows, turned around and looked at Klein. He smiled and raised his right hand. "It was a pleasure working with you. We don't seem to know each other well." Klein politely high-fived him. He never expected the kidnapping case to be resolved so quickly. All he could do was sigh that Beyonders were indeed Beyonders. Even a half-baked Sequence 9 like him was capable of doing many unbelievable things. "This is a gesture nobles use to express their celebration after fencing," Leonard explained with a smile. "I know." Klein had quite a number of noble classmates. He looked out the window and frowned. "Aren't we going to confirm it with Mr. Clee? If he believes that the police rescued Elliot, our payment will be halved. A full £100. As for the matter of providing the kidnapper's location, there was no doubt about it due to the meeting. Don't worry about it. Money isn't that important in our lives," Leonard said with a smile as he shrugged. "To me, it's very important." Klein forced a polite smile. "Many poets die young because of poverty." Leonard chuckled. "I believe that Elliot wouldn't lie about this matter. I can tell that he still has some innocence left in him. However, even if you receive £200, you won't get much of it." "How much can I get?" Klein immediately asked. "According to the unspoken rules, half of the payment has to be given to Mrs. Oriana as an additional expense for the team. The rest is split equally among the participating members. Unfortunately, you aren't an official member, so you can only get 10%. £10? That's not bad." Klein pretended not to feel the pinch as he asked, "Aren't you worried that the kidnappers will realize that they have been affected by Beyonder powers after they wake up? They won't suspect anything. They will only believe that the weather is too good and suitable for sleeping, which is why they couldn't help but collapse. They might even believe that the chanting only exists in dreams. This is something we have verified," Leonard answered confidently. "Instead, it's that demon-hunting bullet of yours that makes people find it odd. Of course, a strange person who likes mysticism is a very reasonable explanation." "Yes." Klein let go of his worries. He felt that he had forgotten, or rather, neglected something. After returning to Zutland Street, Klein didn't wait for Clee. He strolled to Welch's residence and took a different route home. He also bought beef, cabbage, and other ingredients for dinner. As usual, it was a pleasant dinner, and as usual, the siblings chatted leisurely while they studied. However, there was an additional visitor who knocked on the door. He was a staff member who had come to take away all the pennies in the gas meter. As the night deepened, the siblings bade each other good night and returned to their respective rooms. Klein was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by the rustling outside. He opened the door in puzzlement and came to the unoccupied bedroom. Pushing open the mottled door, Klein saw a gray table. On the table was a notebook. Its cover was made of hard paper and was completely dyed black. A baffling sense of déjà vu surfaced in his mind as Klein walked over and opened the notebook. The opened page had a picture. It was of the fool wearing gorgeous clothes and a gorgeous headdress. Beneath the fool was a line written in Hermes, "Everyone will die, including me." Klein was alarmed as he suddenly realized that the fool's lips had curled up. Phew! He suddenly sat up and saw the crimson moonlight peeking through the curtains. He saw the bookshelf and desk, and the outline of his bedroom. He realized that he had had a nightmare. As a seer, he knew that dreams often revealed something. Hence, he seriously recalled it. As he recalled, Klein froze. This was because he knew what he had overlooked today. While immersed in Leonard's chanting, He had felt an invisible, indifferent gaze from behind him. This sort of gaze was different from normal cogitation or spirit vision. It gave him a sense of déjà vu, and according to Captain Dunn, once he had such a feeling, it usually meant. Klein suddenly sat up straight and confirmed his feelings. Chapter 45. The Antigonus family's notebook was in the room opposite the kidnappers. Although it was a coincidence, Klein believed that his intuition wasn't wrong. He immediately got out of bed and took off the old clothes he wore to sleep. He took the white shirt beside him and put it on. He quickly buttoned it from top to bottom. 1 button, 2 buttons, 3 buttons. He suddenly realized that he was missing a button, and the left and right sides didn't seem to be symmetrical. Upon closer inspection, Klein realized that he had buttoned the wrong buttons from the beginning, causing the shirt to become distorted. He shook his head helplessly, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. He used some cogitation techniques to restore a certain level of calmness. After putting on the white shirt and black trousers, he reluctantly put on the armpit strap. He took out the revolver hidden under the soft pillow and placed it inside. Without bothering to put on a bow tie, he put on his formal suit and walked to the door with a hat in one hand and a cane in the other. After putting on his half-top hat, Klein gently twisted the doorknob, opened the door, and entered the corridor. He carefully closed the wooden bedroom door and went down the stairs silently like a thief. He used a pen and a piece of paper in the living room to leave 2 lines of words, indicating that he had forgotten to mention that he had matters to attend to at the company last night and needed to arrive early today. When he walked out the door, Klein immediately felt a cool breeze, calming him down. The street in front of him was dark and silent. There were no pedestrians, and only the light from the gas lamps shone quietly. Klein took out his pocket watch from his inner pocket and snapped it open. He discovered that it was only 6 o'clock. The crimson moonlight had yet to completely fade, but there was already a hint of light in the sky. He was about to look for an expensive rental carriage to hire when he suddenly saw a trackless public carriage with 2 horses and 4 wheels driving over. "There's a public carriage so early in the morning?" Klein was slightly surprised. He went forward and waved for the carriage to stop. "Good morning, sir." The carriage driver skillfully stopped the horse. The staff beside him, who was in charge of collecting fees, covered his mouth with his hand and yawned. "To Zutland Street," Klein said as he took out 2 pennies and 4 halfpence from his trouser pocket. 4 pence, the staff in charge of collecting the fees answered without hesitation. After handing over the fare, Klein boarded the carriage. He saw that the carriage was empty. There were no other guests. In the darkness, there was an obvious sense of desolation. "You are the first," the coachman said with a smile. The 2 brown horses began to move forward at a relatively brisk pace. "Frankly, I didn't expect to see a coach so early." Klein sat near the driver and answered casually to distract himself and ease the tension in his heart. The coachman laughed at himself. 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day, but my weekly salary is only £1. Is there no time to rest? Klein asked in surprise. Take a day off every week. The coachman's tone became heavy. The toll collector beside him added, "We are in charge from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. After that, we go for lunch and a lunch break. After dinner, which is 6 p.m., we take over our colleagues. Even if we don't need to rest, the 2 horses do." It wasn't like this in the past. Ever since some coachmen were too tired and made mistakes that they shouldn't have, causing the horses to lose control and the carriage to overturn, there was such a rotation. How could those vampires suddenly become kind? The coachman sneered. Under the light of dawn, the public carriage headed for Zutland Street. Along the way, there were only 7 or 8 passengers. After Klein eased his tension, he didn't speak anymore. He closed his eyes and replayed yesterday's experience frame by frame to see if he had missed anything. When the sun completely rose and the sky was truly bright, the public carriage arrived at Zutland Street. Klein pressed his left hand on his hat and jumped off the carriage. He quickly entered 36 Zutland Street and arrived outside the Blackthorn Security Company via the stairs. At that moment, the door was closed and hadn't opened. Klein removed the key ring from his waist and found the corresponding brass key. He stuffed it into the keyhole and twisted it. He pushed it forward and slowly opened the door. He saw the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell sniffing the recently trendy cigarette. "In fact, I prefer cigars. You seem to be in a rush?" the poet-like Nighthawk asked in a relaxed manner. "Where's Captain?" Klein didn't answer and asked instead. Leonard pointed at the partition. "In his office. As a beyonder who advanced from a sleepless, he only needs to rest for 2 hours in the day. I believe those factory owners and bankers will definitely like this potion the most." Klein nodded and quickly passed through the partition. He saw that Dunn Smith had already opened the office door and was standing at the entrance. "What's the matter?" He was wearing a black trench coat and holding a gold-inlaid cane. His expression was calm and solemn. "I have the feeling that I've seen it somewhere before. It should be that notebook, the Antigonus family's notebook." Klein tried his best to control himself and make his answer sound logical. "Where?" Dunn Smith's expression didn't change significantly. However, Klein's spiritual perception told him that there seemed to be an obvious, invisible fluctuation in the other party. It might be the glow of a spirit, or it might be a change in his emotions. "It's at the place Leonard and I rescued the hostages yesterday. It's opposite the kidnapper's room. I didn't notice it back then, until I had a dream and received a revelation." Klein didn't hide anything. "It looks like I missed out on a huge credit yesterday." Leonard, who had walked to the partition, chuckled. Dunn nodded slightly and instructed solemnly, "Get Kenley to replace old Neil in guarding the armory. Get Kenley to replace old Neil in guarding the armory. Get old Neil and Fry to go with us." Leonard didn't act frivolously anymore. He immediately informed Kenley and Fry, who were in the Nighthawk's recreation room. One of them was a sleepless, and the other was a corpse collector. 5 minutes later, the two-wheeled carriage belonging to the Nighthawks sped up in the early morning, when there weren't many pedestrians. Leonard wore a felt hat, a shirt and a vest. He was temporarily acting as the carriage driver, cracking his whip from time to time. Inside the carriage, Klein and old Neil sat on the same side. Opposite them were Dunn Smith and Fry. This corpse collector's skin was so white that it looked like he hadn't been out in the sun for a long time, or he was suffering from a severe lack of blood. He was about 30 years old, with black hair and blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lip. He had a cold and gloomy aura, as though he had the faint smell of touching corpses all year round. "Tell me in detail again." Dunn adjusted the collar of his black trench coat. Klein rubbed the topaz pendant that was hidden by his sleeve. He recounted everything from accepting the mission to the dream. Beside him, old Neil chuckled. "You and the Antigonus family's notebook seem to have some sort of predestined connection. To think that you would encounter it. That's right, this is too much of a coincidence. If not for the fact that Leonard mentioned that the preliminary investigation of Elliot's kidnapping showed that there wasn't any secret faction or mysterious power behind it, and that it was just a case of taking risks for money, I would have suspected that it was deliberately arranged by someone." Klein found this rather strange as well. "It's too much of a coincidence." Dunn didn't say anything, as though he was deep in thought. Corpse collector Fry, who was also wearing a black trench coat, remained silent. Only when the carriage stopped and the building that Klein mentioned appeared outside the window did the silence break. "Let's go up. Klein, you and old Neil walk at the back. Be careful, you have to be careful." Dunn alighted from the carriage, took out a strange revolver with a long and thick barrel, and stuffed it into the pocket of his right hand. "All right." Klein didn't dare to be rash and take the lead. After Leonard found someone to watch the carriage, the 5 beyonders entered the staircase in an orderly manner and arrived at the 3rd floor with light footsteps. "Is this the place?" Leonard pointed at the room opposite the kidnappers. Klein tapped his glabella twice and activated his spirit vision. In this state, his spiritual perception was enhanced again. He felt that the door was familiar, as though he had entered it before. Yes. He nodded affirmatively. Old Neil also activated his spirit vision and observed carefully. There's no one inside, nor are there any signs of magic. Corpse Collector Fry added in a hoarse voice. There are no evil spirits. He didn't need to activate his spirit vision to see many spirits, including evil spirits and wraith. Leonard took a step forward and just like yesterday, he punched the door lock. This time, not only did the surrounding wooden boards shatter, even the door lock flew off and fell to the ground with a clang. Klein felt an invisible seal disappear in an instant. Following that, he caught a whiff of a strong stench. Corpses, rotting corpses, Corpse Collector Fry stated coldly. He didn't show any signs of nausea. Dunn stretched out his right hand, which was wearing a black glove, and slowly pushed open the door. The first thing that everyone saw was a fireplace. In the early July weather, it was abnormally hot inside. In front of the fireplace, there was a rocking chair. An old woman in a black and white dress was sitting on it with her head lowered. Her entire body had abnormally enlarged. Her skin was blackish-green and swollen to the point of glowing. It was as though a simple poke would cause her to explode, spewing out a putrid stench. Maggots or parasites crawled in and out of her flesh and rotting liquid, her clothes, and her folds. In his spirit vision, they were like points of light, clustered around an extinguished darkness. Puff, puff. Two of the old woman's eyeballs fell to the ground and rolled a few times, leaving a few yellowish-brown marks. Chapter 46. Klein squatted there, and couldn't stop himself from vomiting. As he hadn't eaten breakfast, he quickly vomited out all his food. At this moment, a pewter-colored square flask that resembled a cigarette box appeared in front of him. The opening of the flask emitted a mixed smell that resembled tobacco, disinfectant, and peppermint leaf. It made Klein's nose choke as he felt energized. The strong stench still lingered around him, but Klein no longer felt nauseous. His vomiting quickly stopped. He traced the pewter-colored flask upwards and saw a pale hand that didn't seem alive. He saw the sleeve of a black trench coat and the cold and gloomy Corpse Collector Fry. Thank you. Klein had completely recovered. He propped his hands on his knees and stood up again. Fry nodded without any expression. It'll be fine once you get used to it. He plugged the flask and placed it in his pocket. He turned around and walked to the heavily decomposed corpse of the old woman. Without wearing gloves, he began his inspection. As for Dunn Smith and Leonard Mitchell, they were strolling around the room, occasionally touching the table and newspapers. Old Neil pinched his nose and stood outside the door, grumbling in a low, muffled voice. He grumbled in a low, muffled voice, "It's disgusting. I'm applying for a subsidy this month." Dunn turned his head and used his black-gloved right hand to touch the dust on the wall beside the fireplace. He looked at Klein. "Is this place familiar?" Klein held his breath as he outlined the appearance of his silver pocket watch in his mind, calming his body and mind. Already in his spirit vision state, he immediately had a different feeling. A scene that came from the deepest recesses of his memories flashed before his eyes. Fireplace, rocking chair, table, newspapers, rusty nails on the door, tin cans inlaid with silver. The scene was dark and hazy, just like a documentary on Earth, but even more blurry and illusory. Quickly overlapped with everything that Klein saw. The sense of déjà vu appeared clearly. An illusory and fleeting shout once again penetrated an invisible barrier. Hornaces! Phlegria! Hornaces! Phlegria! Hornaces! Phlegria! It's a little familiar, Klein answered honestly. His head was hurting, so he quickly tapped his forehead twice. Hornaces! The Hornaces mountain range that appeared in the original Lin Lee's diary? That was the content he had deciphered from the Antigonus family's notebook. The whisper just now was very similar to a previous one. It involved the word hornaces. Is this a seduction? Klein was shocked. He didn't dare to think too deeply, fearing that he would lose control. Dunn nodded slightly and walked to the cabinet. He suddenly reached out and pulled open the wooden door. The bread inside was covered in mold, and there were 7 or 8 gray, stiff, furry mice lying dead next to it. Leonard, go downstairs and find the patrolling police to figure out the situation here, Dunn ordered his team members. All right. Leonard turned around and left the house. Dunn then opened the doors of the 2 bedrooms and searched them carefully. After he confirmed that he didn't find any clues or the Antigonus family's notebook, corpse collector Fry straightened his back and wiped his hands with a white handkerchief he carried with him. It has been more than 5 days since the death. There are no external injuries, nor are there any obvious effects from beyond her powers. The exact reason will require further investigation. Did you discover anything? Dunn turned to look at old Neil and Klein. The duo, who had long left their spirit vision state, shook their heads. Apart from the dead person, everything here is normal. No, there was an invisible force that sealed the room in the beginning. As you know, we often have similar operations when we use ritualistic magic, old Neil added after thinking for a few seconds. Just as Dunn was about to speak, he suddenly looked outside the door. A few seconds later, Klein and old Neil sensed something as they turned to look at the corner of the staircase. A few seconds later, the soft footsteps grew louder as Leonard and a police officer walked up. The police officer's expression changed slightly when he caught a whiff of the stench. He immediately cooperated with his colleague from the Special Operations Department to knock on the second floor's door and roughly asked about the situation on the 3rd floor. Moments later, he, who was wearing a 2V silver epaulet, looked at the corpse on the rocking chair. Katie Stephanie Bieber, between 55 and 60 years old. Widow. Lived here with her son, Ray Bieber, for more than 10 years. Her husband was a jeweler when he was alive. Her son is about 30 years old and doesn't have a wife. He inherited his father's business and earns about £1.15 solely a week. According to their neighbors, they haven't been seen in more than a week. At this point, Klein already knew what the main point was. Missing, or to be more precise, Ray Bieber was nowhere to be found. That ancient notebook might very well be on him. Do you have a photo of Ray Bieber? Dunn looked at the police officer. He was acting as a high-ranking inspector. However, this couldn't be considered acting, because on the police department's files, he was indeed a high-ranking inspector. His salary and allowance were based on this. Of course, it didn't include the church's portion. The police officer shook his head nervously. I don't know. We have to return to the station to search. Normally speaking, we can't leave a photo of every guy. I understand. Continue asking the residents on the 1st floor and ask them in detail, Dunn ordered. Looking at the police officer, he closed the door and turned to old Neil. I'll leave the rest to you. Otherwise, we'll have to let the residents sleep in peace and search for Ray Bieber's appearance in their dreams. Yes, I don't really trust drawings that are based on oral accounts. Old Neil nodded and took out a few thumb-sized bottles from a hidden pocket at the waist of his black classic robe. He sprinkled the liquid inside in a certain order. Right on the heels of that, he took out a handful of powder and sprinkled it around himself. A strange, pungent smell emanated. It wasn't affected by the stench in the room, but Klein suddenly felt an invisible force around old Neil. It was a force that separated him from the environment and everyone else, just like how the house was previously. Old Neil half closed his eyes as his mouth quivered, chanting a deep and indistinct incantation. Klein wasn't prepared for it and only vaguely heard, I pray for the power of the goddess, and I look forward to the blessings of the night. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind entered through the window and blew the powder away. Klein's heart suddenly palpitated as goosebumps protruded all over his skin. He felt an indescribable and extremely terrifying smell that he didn't dare to look at directly emanate. His mind was in a mess, but he was tense and unable to relax. It was as though he had just finished a set of difficult math problems. Suddenly, old Neil opened his eyes. His pupils were pitch black. He took out a fountain pen from his pocket and scribbled on the waste paper on the table. His movements were so fast that his entire body was trembling. Klein focused his gaze and saw a face with deep eye sockets and a high nose bridge quickly appear. After the naturally curly short hair was completed, old Neil wrote a line of words below the portrait. Black hair, dark blue eyes, full porcelain dentures on the left side of the mouth. Clatter! The fountain pen in old Neil's hand fell onto the paper as his body convulsed a few times. "This is the remnant of Ray Bieber's appearance in the room," old Neil, whose eyes quickly returned to normal, muttered. Then, he returned to his previous spot and slowly circled it. The invisible force that separated them instantly dissipated and turned into a gentle breeze. Praise the lady! Old Neil tapped his chest 4 times, forming the shape of the crimson moon. Klein relaxed and observed even more carefully. He realized that Ray Bieber's facial features were nothing special, and he had a rather calm demeanor. However, the wrinkles on both sides of his nose were clearly drooping. "Let me see if I can use dowsing rod searching." He picked up the portrait and rummaged through the male clothes in the bedroom before spreading them on the floor. Dunn, Leonard, and old Neil didn't stop him. They watched as he placed the silver-inlaid black cane on the clothes and the portrait. Corpse Collector Fry was as silent as ever. The brown color turned black. Klein's gaze was deep as he completed the silent incantation and released his palm. The black cane stood there silently, as though it had been inserted into the floor. "Ray Bieber's location," Klein repeated inwardly. Amidst the howling wind, the cane fell down. However, as it fell, it kept changing directions until it finally spun slightly around a pivot point. Without the help of any external force, the silver-studded black cane was able to stand firm again. Klein tried a few times, but the outcome was the same. All he could do was shake his head at Dunn and old Neil. "A strange force is interfering with my divination." Dunn took off his black gloves and said to Leonard and Klein, "Take Ray Bieber's portrait and ask the residents here. Take Ray Bieber's portrait and ask the residents here for a final confirmation. Then, put him on the wanted list for murdering his mother." "All right." Klein held the cane and bent down to pick up the portrait. After the neighbors confirmed that the person in the portrait was indeed Ray Bieber, Dunn got Leonard and the police officers to go to the police station to complete the paperwork. He and Fry headed to a few bars in Tingen City to look for him through underground channels. Klein and old Neil took a public carriage back to the Blackthorn Security Company. It wasn't even 8 yet, and Roshan hadn't arrived yet. After closing the door, Klein turned his head to look at old Neil. He asked, half puzzled and half seeking guidance. Would I send the Antigonus family's notebook to Ray Bieber's house? This was a completely different direction from Iron Cross Street from where Welch lived. Old Neil walked to the sofa and chuckled. "Isn't it obvious? You didn't know if you triggered the power within the notebook, or if you did a certain ritual out of curiosity, but you provoked a strange existence that you shouldn't have provoked. And this power, this existence's goal, was to send the notebook to Ray Bieber and cut off all clues so that no one could discover it. Therefore, other than you, who was chosen, Welch and Naya committed suicide on the spot. As for you, frankly speaking, I still don't understand how you survived." "I don't know either." Klein sat down and deliberately answered with a bitter smile. "I've thought of your guesses about what happened, but I don't understand why the notebook was given to Ray Bieber." Old Neil spread his hands. "Perhaps his birth spirit number meets the requirements, or perhaps he's the only remaining descendant of the Antigonus family. In short, there are too many possibilities. There should be a similar reason why the notebook was sold to our Tingen City. I believe it's because he's a descendant." Klein came to a realization and sighed. "Unfortunately, I didn't notice immediately that Ray Bieber and the notebook were gone." Old Neil smiled. That's a problem for Dunn to worry about. It's a good thing for you. Chapter 47. Old Neil massaged son's acupoint. The reason why you committed suicide is mostly clear. The notebook is also in Ray Bieber's hands, and the matter has been exposed. Regardless of whether you are alive or dead, it will not affect the subsequent developments. I think, the strange existence or mysterious power that caused all of this will no longer pay special attention to you, just like how you don't care about ants on the ground. As long as you don't attempt to make him think of you. And the matter of us issuing a warrant for Ray Bieber will soon reach the secret order. They should be able to guess that this is related to the whereabouts of the Antigonus family's notebook. Believe me, this secret organization that has existed for more than 1,000 years definitely has all sorts of information channels. Therefore, their focus will turn to Ray Bieber's whereabouts in an attempt to find the notebook before we do. They won't and can't harass you, follow you, or deal with you. Young man, congratulations. You have escaped the shadows of the past and are about to welcome a new journey filled with sunshine. Klein nodded repeatedly as he listened. He was both delighted and relaxed. He said in delight and relief, "I hope so." The haze that had shrouded him ever since he transmigrated seems to be dissipating, however. To be frank, Klein was still a little uneasy. This was because he seemed to have a certain level of connection with the notebook. It was to the extent that he would coincidentally discover traces of it during normal hostage rescue missions. He was really afraid that one day, the postman would suddenly deliver a package, and when he opened it, he would realize that it was the Antigonus family's notebook. I hope everything will develop as old Neil described. He prayed silently. When old Neil heard his answer, he immediately scoffed. You don't seem to be a devout believer of the goddess. Shouldn't you be drawing the crimson moon in front of your chest and saying, "May the goddess bless us"? Mr. Neil, you don't seem to be one either. A true believer wouldn't say, "Welcome a new journey filled with sunshine." After this period of mysticism lessons, Klein and old Neil had established a good friendship. Therefore, he didn't stand on ceremony with his sarcasm. The two looked at each other and laughed in unison. They tapped their chests 4 times at the same time. Praise the goddess! At this moment, the sound of a plectrum and marbles turning could be heard. The door of the Blackthorn Security Company was opened. The dainty Lady Oriana, with her hair stylishly coiled up, and her pale green skirts swayed lightly into the hall. "Good morning, Mr. Neil." "Good morning, Klein." She held a calf leather handbag in her hand and greeted him with a smile. "Today is another sunny day. It's a good day." "Good morning, Oriana. You're still as beautiful as you were 10 years ago," old Neil replied with a chuckle. Oriana narrowed her eyes and said with a straight face, "Mr. Neil, your compliments are still as infuriating as they have been for the past decade." She stressed the words, "more than 10 years. Is that so?" Old Neil looked at Klein in puzzlement, his face filled with doubt. Never mention anything that can make a lady remember her age. As a keyboard warrior who knew a little about everything, Klein instantly understood what Mrs. Oriana was getting at. He chuckled. "Good morning, Mrs. Oriana, you are as beautiful as ever." "Thank you, our outstanding graduate from Koei University." Oriana smiled faintly and nodded. She then said, "The old butler has already paid the commission for the mission. According to the captain's rules, half of it is extra funds, and the other half is for you and Leonard. Since you're not an official member, you can only get 10% of the other half. You can come and sign for it later." "How much did he pay?" Klein asked, feeling both happy and distressed. £200. That's what he said at the time. "Oh Lord Tempest, I really can't imagine, I can't believe, this matter is resolved just like that. This is no more difficult than having a dream. Why isn't your security company famous? It's a disgrace to the whole profession," said Mrs. Oriana, imitating the old steward's slightly southern accent. Klein thought about it seriously for a few seconds and said humorously, "This isn't fair to the kidnappers." The two Beyonders quickly resolved the problem in what could be described as a relaxed and comfortable manner. It was like a fully armed adult bullying a few children. "They're too unlucky. They must have lost the blessings of the gods." Oriana chuckled. "I told the old butler that we were lucky enough to get the job this time. An informant happened to see the kidnappers entering the hiding place with the child. So, don't expect too much from us. We are really just a very ordinary security company." Oriana chuckled softly. "Generally speaking, the more ordinary something is, the more extraordinary it is," Klein lampooned with a smile as he watched Mrs. Oriana pass through the partition and enter the accountant's office. Old Neil smacked his lips and said with a hint of envy, "You're really a lucky lad. You've only joined us for a short period of time, and you've already encountered a commission worth £200. Is that rare?" Klein asked in puzzlement. Previously, he was either studying history or mysticism, or he was wandering around outside, using his spiritual perception to search for clues. According to Oriana's statistics, we might not even encounter a commission a week, and most of the commissions are worth less than £20. Old Neil rubbed the white crystal pendant on his wrist and replied with a sigh. Following that, he looked at Klein with a hint of anticipation. "If you encounter a similar commission in the future, please remember to inform me." Upon hearing old Neil's words, Klein suddenly had a strange feeling. Hence, he asked directly, "What's wrong with you?" "Hence," he directly asked, "Mr. Neil, you seem to be in need of money? How much do you earn every week? If it's not convenient for you to tell me, please ignore my question." Old Neil leaned back into the sofa and chuckled. "This isn't something that needs to be hidden. I've been here for many years. Currently, I receive a weekly salary from the church and the police department. The total value is £12. £12 a week? Klein blurted out in surprise. With a weekly salary of £12 and a 52 weeks a year, that would be more than £600 a year. Previously, when he read the Tianjin Morning Post and the Honest paper, they had introduced that high-ranking lawyers only earned £800 to £1,000 a year. This was a high-ranking lawyer. As for the manager of Banson's Import and Export Company, his weekly salary was only £6. He was considered a rather respectable person. Yes, such a salary is actually quite generous. Furthermore, we don't have to pay income tax, old Neil added with a smile. Klein had heard from his brother Banson that if a weekly salary was more than £1, they would have to pay Type E tax, which was the income tax for government and company employees. It was 3% for £1 to £2, 5% for £2 to £5, 10% for £5 to £10, 15% for £10 to £20, and 20% for more than £20. Apart from that, he had read in the newspapers that there were 4 other types of income tax. Type A was a tax on land, housing, and other physical appreciation, which included land rent and rent. Type B was a tax on agricultural income. Type C was a tax on bonds, funds, and stocks. Type D was a tax on commercial, financial, and professional income. "It's admirable," Klein echoed old Neil's words. However, old Neil shook his head. "For Beyonders like us who need to constantly explore the mysteries, practice, and attempt rituals, the salary is never enough." "Aren't all the materials obtained through application?" Klein asked in surprise. Old Neil scoffed. "There's a limit. Sometimes there's a need for a sufficient reason. If you want to practice and experiment in the mystical domain, you can only use your own money to buy the materials. You can buy them internally or you can go to some underground markets." Klein perked up and immediately asked, "What's the matter?" He immediately asked, "Underground markets with Beyonder materials? I thought the church definitely wouldn't allow them to exist." He lacked the means to obtain the materials. With a secret organization in embryonic form behind him, he couldn't possibly settle everything within the Nighthawks, right? There's no way to control such matters. Yes, from the point of view of mysticism, all things have spirituality and come from the same source. The ingredients we use are not only from beyonder species, but also from normal animals, plants, and minerals. For example, the poison hemlock, golden mint, and night vanilla in your seer potion can often be encountered in daily life. They might not have any beyonder qualities, but they have their own characteristic. By mixing and fusing them, they can achieve a certain effect. Therefore, this isn't a transaction that the Church can ban just because they want to, explained old Neil in detail. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he continued, besides, beyonder species don't only have their cores. Take the Lavos octopus for example. Other than its blood, its eyeballs, skin, and tentacles are all good materials. Unless the Church uses its own people to capture all of them, it will be a huge financial burden to hoard and control the flow of them. The lower the grade of the beyonder material, the more so. We can only try our best to prevent the more special ones from circulating. Old Neil suddenly laughed. Another important reason is that the underground markets we know are better than the ones we don't know. Under the premise that the secret organization hasn't been completely destroyed, this is a good strategy. Furthermore, it can help us obtain the materials we lack. Of course, with such a market, there will definitely be prohibited items appearing. As long as it's not too exaggerated or dangerous, we can pretend not to see it. At most, we can use it to enrich our treasure vault. It's also because the churches are restraining each other, preventing us from using too drastic methods, right? Klein guessed. Old Neil tersely acknowledged, but he did not elaborate on the specific. I'm a seer, so I'll definitely need repeated practice in the future. I'll need more materials. Mr. Neil, can you take me to the underground markets to take a look? Klein requested with a legitimate reason. Old Neil revealed a troubled expression. Actually, most of the people who are active in those places aren't beyonders. Some are nobles who like to be mysterious, while others are rich people who yearn for such things. All right, I have a 30-pound bill that's about to be due. It's not convenient for me to go for the time being. All right. Klein didn't expect it to be because he owed money. After a while, he deliberated and said, Mr. Neil, do you need to borrow money? I have a 10-pound reward. Haha, there's no need. I have a way to resolve it. Haha, there's no need. I have a way to resolve it. Old Neil patted the sofa and slowly stood up. Sigh, aging is really the worst enemy a living being can't deal with. Last night's night watch made me very tired. Well, you can revise the lessons from before this morning and read more literature. Tomorrow I'll teach you the basics of ritualistic magic. All right. Klein stood up and took off his hat to bid farewell. In the afternoon, seeing that Captain Dunn hadn't returned yet, Klein pretended to be searching for the notebook and wandered the streets once again. With 10 pounds as a reward, he didn't need to wait for the funds to be allocated. He could head straight to the divination club. The whispers and illusions that occasionally appeared in his cogitation and spirit vision made him eager to begin acting. Chapter 48. North Borough of Tingen City, 13, House Street, in the divination club on the second floor. Klein once again saw the beautiful lady in charge of reception. She still had her brownish-yellow hair coiled up, making her look mature and elegant. It was difficult to determine her exact age from her appearance. Hello, Mr. Glassy isn't around today. Would you like to change your fortune-teller? The beautiful lady said with a smile. Upon hearing that, Klein, who had just taken off his silk top hat, was surprised. You still remember me? That was 5 days ago. The brown-haired lady pursed her lips and smiled. You are the first customer to seek Mr. Glassy's divination. You are also the only one to this day. It's hard for me not to have a deep impression of you. The impression of you being greedy for a small advantage and suffering a huge loss, right? Klein lampooned himself and pondered for a moment before asking, When was the last time Mr. Glassy came to the club? The brown-haired lady glanced at him and replied as though she was thinking, "To be honest, we are unable to grasp the pattern of members coming here. They have their own free will and all sorts of things to do." Well, I remember that after that day, Mr. Glassy didn't come to the club again after I performed a divination for you. I wish him good luck. May the goddess bless him. Klein prayed and didn't ask any further. He smiled. He smiled and said, "I'm not here for a divination. I want to join the club." "Really? It's our honor." The brown-haired lady revealed a look of pleasant surprise. "As a first-time member, please pay an annual fee of £5. Thereafter, it will be £1 per year. I don't need to explain the details again, right?" Klein took out a new £5 note from his inner pocket and watched as Henry Augustus I's portrait moved away from him. After carefully checking the anti-counterfeiting watermark, the brown-haired lady solemnly put away the note, took out a form, and handed it to Klein. "Please fill in the details, and I'll issue you a receipt." "Is there an invoice?" "I'm looking at the Blackthorn Security Company." Klein was amused by his own thoughts. He picked up a fountain pen on the table and filled in his name, age, street, and company name with blue-black ink. However, he had deliberately left out his date of birth. To a seer, this was a spirit number that was related to one's mysteries. After issuing the receipt and registering the membership information, the brown-haired lady stretched out her right hand. "Welcome to Tingen City's Divination Club. I am Angelica Bearhart, your hard-working server. This is your member cufflink. It has our unique inscription on it to prove your membership." "Nice to meet you, Lady Angelica." Klein shook her hand and took the dark gold cufflink. He discovered that the unique inscription on it used the root of a word in Hermes, which was fortune teller. Angelica retracted her left hand and thought for a few seconds. "I wonder what kind of divination art you're good at, or what kind of divination method you'd like to learn in the club. We will consider inviting a famous fortune teller to teach us. We will also introduce you to other members with similar expertise, so that you can have a pleasant exchange. I know a little of every kind of divination art. There's no need to give me special consideration," Klein replied with a slight embellishment. He then asked, "Can I do divination for others now? I'm not a rookie who has just begun learning." He was here to act as a seer, and not to learn divination methods that ordinary people could come into contact with. Angelica maintained her polite smile and said, "You are free to do divination for others in the club at any time. You are free to perform divination for others at any time in the club. However, before we confirm your level, we will not help you put in a good word for you when customers ask, 'How much do you want to charge for your divination?' Let's do it at 2p." Klein planned on winning with a price when he wasn't famous. "We will charge a quarter of a penny based on the standard of 1/8 of the total price." Angelica first explained the various rules before writing Klein's information into the fortune teller booklet that customers could choose from. After doing all of this, she smiled and pointed to the meeting room at the end of the corridor. "Mr. Jonas Vincent is currently explaining astrolabe divination. You can find a quiet spot to listen, or you can raise your hand to ask questions." "All right." Klein walked to the meeting room with interest. He wanted to hear the difference between Jonas Vincent and old Neil. At that moment, Angelica caught up to him and suppressed her voice. "Mr. Moretti, would you like coffee or tea? We will provide Side Black Tea, Southville Coffee, and Desi Coffee for free." Having been reading the newspapers recently, Klein knew that the coffee and tea were of lower than average quality. However, he also knew that they were definitely better than the inferior ones at home. Hence, he thought and said, "A cup of Southville coffee, 3 spoonfuls of sugar, no milk." The Southville County of Rouen was most famous for its beer and red wine. Many important figures liked them, but coffee was relatively unknown. "All right, I'll send it to you later." Angelica pointed to the meeting room. Klein slowly walked to the half-closed door and heard the explanation with a thick Alwa County accent. Astrolabe divination is considered one of the more complicated types of divination. This is only relative to ordinary people, Klein silently added. He saw 5 to 6 long tables in the meeting room forming a semicircle around a middle-aged man dressed in a classic black robe, Hannes Vincent. This man had obvious dark circles under his eyes, and his brown hair was thick and bristly. Each strand stood up stubbornly, as though he was playing the role of a hedgehog. Apart from that, he didn't have any obvious traits when explaining astrolabe divination. Upon seeing Klein enter, Hannes Vincent nodded slightly. He didn't interrupt the lesson, but he spoke at a slower pace. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding his cane, Klein found a seat by the side and leaned back comfortably. He surveyed the area under the bright afternoon sun and saw 6 members, 4 men and 2 women. Some of them were focused on taking notes, some were discussing something softly, and some were smiling wryly at Klein. After putting down his cane, he pressed down on his half-top hat and tapped his glabella twice with his finger. He looked at Hannes and saw his aura. He saw the different colors, brightness and thickness. Dark red, a little anxious emotionally. Everything else is healthy except for a problem there. I wonder what it is. Klein listened to the lecture leisurely as he muttered to himself. At this moment, he clenched his right hand into a fist and covered his mouth to prevent his laughter from leaking out. He suddenly felt like an unlicensed doctor. He was now rather satisfied with his spirit vision ability. Although he could only use it to determine the general situation and not the specific details, it was enough to obtain a lot of useful information. After surveying the area again, he tapped his glabella twice again, as though he was thinking about what Hannes had just said. Astrolabe divination was a type of astrology, but ordinary people could also attempt to interpret it. For example, the most basic birth astrolabe was based on the positions of the sun, moon, blue star, and scarlet star at the time of the inquirer's birth. Their symbols would be marked in the correct spots on the astrolabe, along with the corresponding conditions of the various constellations. Finally, one could use this to interpret the person's fate. This required the seer to know how to calculate the conditions of the planets and constellations. It was rather complicated. Of course, there were also people who published reference books for people to consult. There were also people who simplified it and only used the constellations for the vaguest interpretation. Klein listened silently without interrupting or asking any questions. From time to time, he would rub the topaz pendant in his sleeve and take a sip of the Southville coffee Angelica brought in. After a long while, Hannes rubbed his glabella and said, "Perhaps you need to attempt drawing your own astrolabe. You might need to try drawing your own astrolabe. If you have any questions, you can come to me. I'm in the white crystal room." Watching him leave, a young man in a white shirt and black vest stood up with a smile and walked to Klein's side. "Hello, I'm Edward Steve." "Hello, Klein Moretti." Klein stood up and returned the greeting. "Astrolabes are just too complicated. Every time I hear about it, I can't help but have a dream," Edward Steve said in a self-deprecating manner. Klein smiled. "That's because Mr. Vincent can't help but teach us all the knowledge he has. It's like he's giving us an intis feast. It's not good for digestion. If it were me, I would be able to finish a table full of intis. They always use huge plates to hold a little bit of food." Edward chuckled and sat down. He asked curiously, "Are you a new member? I haven't seen you in the past 2 years." "I just joined the club today," Klein answered frankly. "What are you good at?" "I'm best at tarot and poker divination," Edward asked casually. "I know a little of them, but only a little." Klein used the description he had given himself in the past. He wasn't being humble, but there was indeed too much mysterious knowledge in the field of divination that he had yet to grasp. Just as the other members were about to discuss astrolabe divination, Angelica walked into the meeting room. "Mr. Steve, someone is looking for you for divination." "All right." Edward Steve smiled and stood up. "It looks like you're an excellent fortune-teller," Klein said as he looked at him. "No, it's because my price is the most suitable," Edward said with a chuckle. "When an ordinary person comes for divination, they definitely won't choose the most expensive ones. And unless they've been kicked in the head by a donkey, they definitely won't be at ease with the cheapest ones. The ones in the middle are the easiest to get. I'm the one who's been kicked in the head by a donkey." As he watched him leave, Klein suddenly shook his head with a bitter smile. "There seems to be a problem with my pricing." He stood up, picked up his cane, and walked out of the meeting room to find Angelica again. "I wish to change the divination price." 8 pence. Angelica gave him a deep look. "We will satisfy your request, but we will also tell our customers that you've just joined our club." "No problem." Klein didn't mind and nodded. At times, mystery was also an important element for a seer to attract customers. After changing the information, Klein turned and walked back to the meeting room. At that moment, he saw Jonas Vincent walk out of the white crystal room with a silver-plated mirror in his hand. This famous fortune-teller said to the 5 members in the meeting room, 3 men and 2 women, "I've recently grasped a new divination spell, magic mirror divination. Do you wish to learn it?" Magic mirror divination? That's not a safe divination method. Dressed in a black suit, Klein stopped outside the meeting room and frowned. Chapter 49. As a seer who had just entered the door of mysticism, Klein didn't dare say that he knew a lot, but he definitely knew a lot more than the average person. He knew that the various types of divination could be divided into 3 main categories according to a certain standard. And this standard was the source of revelations. The first type of divination included tarot, poker, spirit pendulums, dowsing rods, and dreams. They used the revelations, obtained from the interrogator's spirituality, to communicate with the spirit world to interpret the results of the divination. However, spirit pendulums and dowsing rods had high requirements for spirituality, soul bodies, and astral projection. Only beyonders would be able to obtain accurate and obvious revelations. As for card divination, it provided fixed symbolic elements in advance, allowing ordinary people to obtain the revelations that they didn't understand. Dreams were somewhere in between them. The second type of divination included spirit number, astrology, and all their derivatives. The fortune-teller used objective information provided by the interrogator or natural changes to calculate, speculate, and interpret the corresponding result. The initiative was not with the interrogator, but with the fortune-teller. The third type of divination relied on the power of a third party other than the fortune-teller and the interrogator. The disc spirit and pen spirit that Klein knew from his previous life belonged to this category. Through certain rituals, they could request an answer from an unknown or mysterious existence. Although ordinary people probably wouldn't succeed, if there was a chance that they could communicate with an existence filled with malice or that could cause a person to break down just by touching it, it would often lead to a tragedy. The magic mirror divination that Jonas Vincent had just mentioned belonged to this type of method. In mysticism, a mirror was a gateway to the unknown, the bizarre, and the spiritual world. Therefore, Klein stopped outside the meeting room, planning to listen to the famous fortune-teller's explanation. He wanted to decide if he should inform the captain and copy the other party's gas meter in the middle of the night. Of course, there was a safe way to use magic mirror divination, which was to pray to the 7 orthodox deities for an answer. Even if it was difficult for ordinary people to obtain a true revelation, at least there wouldn't be any danger or repercussions. As for the magic mirror divination, that was strictly controlled by the Nighthawks and mandated punishers, it was to seek help from the evil gods or mysterious existences that certain organizations believed in. In addition, it wasn't possible to randomly fabricate something. It was possible that a particular word or trait would attract unknown attention. In this world filled with beyonder powers, such divination would always lead to the worst outcome. Klein even suspected that the original Klein, Welch, and Naya had done a similar dark divination, based on the Antigonus family's notebook. At that moment, Hanas explained the principles behind magic mirror divination to the 5 members. He began describing the process. First, choose a suitable date and time according to the deity you believe in. This can be decided by the astrology handbook. For example, we all know that Sunday is the symbol of the Evernight goddess. It's a sign of rest. And from 2 to 3 in the morning, 9 to 10 in the morning, 4 to 5 in the afternoon, and 11 to midnight at night are the moons. They are ruled by the Evernight goddess. Therefore, fortune-tellers who believe in the Evernight goddess can perform magic mirror divination on Sundays. That's a solid foundation. Klein nodded slightly with the help of the half-closed door of the meeting room. It had to be said that with the 7 major churches keeping each other in check, some mystical knowledge had indeed been leaked. For example, the astrology handbook provided many symbolic meanings. However, without potions and beyonder powers, ordinary people were unable to obtain the desired effects. Secondly, we need to carefully clean the mirror. It has to be a silver-plated mirror. Place it at the position that symbolizes the moon. Hanas demonstrated with the prop in his hand. No, what we need now is spirit dowsing. First, choose a position and recite, "This is suitable for magic mirror divination," 7 times in your heart. Then, look at the direction in which the pendant rotates. Clockwise is correct, and counterclockwise is wrong. Of course, if you are praying to an evil, unknown, or mysterious existence, the position is not the key. What's important is whether he is interested. Klein silently corrected himself. At that moment, he felt like he was a teacher listening to a class. Hanas Vincent couldn't hear what Klein was thinking. He explained the preparations in detail in a normal tone. After the members finished writing their notes, he continued to explain. After bathing, make sure that all the curtains are drawn and the door is locked from the inside. Then, light a candle and place it in front of the mirror. Sincerely pray to the God you believe in. The question should be as simple as possible. Don't use complicated embellishments. After praying 7 times, pick up your mirror and gently throw it on the ground. It must be very light. Remember how it looks when it breaks. This is a revelation from the God. I will explain the main symbols in detail. Phew, this is orthodox magic mirror divination. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and slowly walked into the conference room. He sat in his previous seat and finished the rest of the Southville coffee in one gulp. The so-called orthodox meant that one could indeed receive revelations, but there was basically no way to truly interpret them. And during this step, if a beyonder received a response, they could directly see a certain scene from the mirror and obtain clearer information. As there were many symbols formed after it broke, Hanas spoke for a long time. Even when Edward Steve finished his divination and returned to the conference room, he still hadn't finished. Klein didn't ask what Edward had divined or what method he had used. This was an unwritten rule among fortune-tellers. As a seer, he naturally had to strictly abide by it unless the other party mentioned it. I realize that most of the time our interpretations are too vague. It seems to cater to different needs, allowing different people to find descriptions of themselves from the interpretations. Edward drank a mouthful of side black tea and sighed softly. For example, there are many twists and turns and too many calamities, but one will finally see the light of dawn. Heh, no one knows when the light of dawn will come. For example, your journey won't be too smooth, but you will definitely arrive alive. The dead won't refute me. As he hadn't listened from the beginning, he ignored Hannes's magic mirror divination lesson. Survivor bias, Klein added with a smile. The general meaning of survivor bias was that many statistics often came from the living and survivors, ignoring the dead. There would be obvious deviations in the result. Yes, Roselle the Great is really a philosopher, Edward praised. Klein picked up the empty coffee cup and pretended to take a sip. The members spent the entire afternoon immersed themselves in the astrolabe and magic mirror divination. Occasionally, they would come over to discuss with Klein and Edward, and at such times Klein would do his duty as an unofficial member of the Nighthawks. He tried his best to guide them away from thoughts that might involve beyonders and might involve danger. However, he didn't succeed in what he wanted to do the most. A few inquirers came and went, but none of them chose him for divination. Perhaps I should take the initiative to entertain them next time. I should say things like, "You're plagued by bad luck, you'll have misfortune in the near future, and nothing you do will go smoothly?" No, that doesn't sound like a seer. With this in mind, Klein couldn't help but shake his head in a self-deprecating manner. He took his stick, rose, and took his leave. At 5:30, Edward Steve put on his coat and was about to walk out of the divination club when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. "Good afternoon, Glassy. Long time no see." He greeted him with a smile. His friend, who shared the same hobby, was wearing his usual formal suit with a black bow tie and a monocle hanging from his breast pocket. Then, he noticed that the other party's complexion was rather bad. Even her soft, light yellow hair was showing signs of drying. "Good afternoon, Edward, cough cough." Glassy, who was holding his hat, suddenly covered his mouth with his fist and coughed a few times. Edward said worriedly, "You seem to be sick? A very serious illness. It even turned into pneumonia. If my wife hadn't met a powerful apothecary who gave me some miraculous medicine, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see me until you reached the cemetery." Glassy's tone was filled with lingering fear and relief. "Lord, I can't believe that you were so healthy before. Look, you are so weak now. I remember doing a divination for you last week. There weren't any signs that you would contract a serious illness." Edward moved his cane and sighed in surprise. "My own divination results are the same as yours. Perhaps we aren't qualified fortune-tellers. Besides. Glassy suddenly recalled Monday's matter as his expression turned abnormally heavy. At that moment the beautiful lady, Angelica, came over and bowed with a gentle smile. After exchanging greetings, she first paid attention to Glassy's health and provided some advice. Then she casually mentioned, "Mr. Glassy, the Mr. Moretti, who got you to do a divination previously, has also joined the club." "The one who got me to do a divination previously?" Glassy's eyes lit up. "Lord, where is he?" "He has already left." Angelica and Edward couldn't understand Glassy's abnormal reaction. Glassy took 2 steps forward in agitation. "If I'm not at the club the next time he comes, please make sure to ask when he will be coming again." "Glassy, what's going on? Did that Mr. Klein Moretti do something to you?" Edward asked, puzzled. Glassy raised his arm and looked straight into Edward's and Angelica's probing gazes. He replied with an impassioned tone, "He is a very, very, very magical," with a wave of his arm. Glassy, who had used the word very 3 times, said loudly, "Doctor." Chapter 50. At 7:30 in the evening, at the Moretti family's dining table. "Klein, why do you need to arrive early as a consultant? Isn't the emergency of the security company more dangerous?" Banson forked a piece of potato from the stewed beef with potatoes and mentioned the morning's matter with hidden concern. Klein carefully spat out the bones of the pan-fried fish and replied in a prepared manner, "There's a batch of historical documents that need to be transported to Bakeland immediately." "A batch of historical documents that need to be transported to Backlund immediately. I need to be there to count them and ensure that I didn't miss anything. As you know, those fellows who only know how to wave their fists don't even know ancient face act." Upon hearing his answer, Banson, who had finished chewing the food in his mouth, couldn't help but sigh. Knowledge is really important. Taking this opportunity, Klein took out the remaining £5 note and handed it to Banson. "This is the additional payment I received today. You also need a set of decent clothes. £5. Benson and Melissa spoke at the same time. He picked up the banknote and looked at it over and over again. Half surprised and half puzzled, he said. Half surprised and half puzzled, he said. This security company sure is generous. His weekly salary was £1.10 solely, which was exactly £6 for 4 weeks. It was just £1 more than the additional payment. And with that salary, he was able to support his younger siblings, give them a decent place to live, and allow them to eat meat 2 or 3 times a week. They also received a few new clothes every year. You don't doubt what I said? Klein deliberately asked in return. Benson chuckled and said, I don't think you have the ability or the guts to rob a bank. You're not a liar. Melissa put down her knife and fork and answered seriously. I am now a liar. Klein immediately felt a little ashamed. Although he was forced by reality, his sister's trust still made him feel melancholy. Today's matter was more urgent and important. I played a key role in it. That's why it's worth £5, Klein explained briefly. In a sense, what he said was the truth. As for the £5 he was about to receive, the sum he had planned on using to join the divination club, he planned on keeping it a secret. Firstly, bringing home another £5 would really scare his siblings, making them suspect that he was doing something illegal. Secondly, he had to save up money to purchase additional ingredients for his studies as a seer and his grasp of mysticism knowledge. Benson took a bite of the oatmeal bread in satisfaction and thought for more than 10 seconds. My current job doesn't require clothes that are too presentable. Well, to be precise, clothes that are too good. These at home are enough. Without waiting for Klein to persuade him, he took the initiative to say, with this additional income, we'll really have savings. I plan on buying a few accounting books to further my studies. Klein, Melissa, I don't wish for my weekly salary to be below £2 in another 5 years. As you know, my boss and my manager have their brains filled with sh*t. Every time they open their mouths, there's a stench. That's a great idea. Klein agreed and took the opportunity to lead. Why don't you take a look at the grammar books in my room? To become a truly respectable person, it's a crucial factor to obtain a sufficiently generous reward. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the civil service exam would be held in Rouen. Making preparations in advance would give you an advantage. Benson's eyes lit up when he heard that. I've indeed forgotten about that. Come, let's toast to a beautiful future. He didn't drink the rye beer. Instead, he poured the oyster soup into 3 cups and clinked it with his siblings. After drinking the soup, Klein looked at his sister, who was battling the pan-fried fish. He chuckled and said, apart from Benson's books, I think Melissa needs a new dress. Melissa looked up and shook her head. No, I think it's best. Save it, Klein finished for her. Okay. Melissa nodded heavily. Actually, if we don't pursue the latest designs and fabrics, it won't be too expensive. We can save the rest of the money, Klein said in a manner that left no room for refusal. Benson echoed, that's right. Melissa, do you want to wear an old dress to Selena's 16th birthday banquet? Selena Wood was Melissa's classmate and good friend. She came from a rather good family. Her brother was a solicitor, and her father was a senior employee at the Tingen branch of Bakelin Bank. However, their so-called banquet was just a dinner party with friends, a chat, and a game of cards. All right, Melissa lowered her head and mumbled. Then, she picked up a piece of stewed beef. After a moment of silence, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly raised her head. She looked up and said, Mrs. Shoud from next door got a maid to send a name card over. She wishes to pay us a semi-formal visit on Sunday afternoon, which is 4 in the afternoon tomorrow, to get to know our new neighbors. Mrs. Shoud? Klein stared blankly at his brother and sister. Benson tapped the edge of the dining table with his finger and said, as though he was thinking, Mrs. Shoud of 4, Daffodil Street? I've met her husband. He's a senior solicitor. A senior solicitor. Maybe he knows Selena's brother, Melissa said with a hint of joy. We are to Daffodil Street. Klein nodded slightly. It's necessary to get to know the neighbors, but as you know, I still have to go to the security company on Sunday, and I can only rest on Monday. Please apologize to Mrs. Shoud for me. Speaking of this, he thought of his neighbors from his previous life when he was young. He thought of the neighbors who lived in the apartment on Iron Cross Street. He sighed in amusement and said, "A semi-formal visit. Shouldn't neighbors naturally get to know each other and interact naturally?" Haha, Klein, you don't understand. You've been reading quite a lot of newspapers recently, but you haven't come into contact with the magazines that are provided to families and women. They call families with an annual income of £100 to £1,000 middle class. They promote this as the backbone of the entire kingdom, and they praise the middle class for not having the arrogance of the nobles and tycoons, nor are they as crude as the lower-income classes. Banson explained in a relaxed and cheerful manner. These magazines simplify many of the rituals between the nobles, using it as a symbol of the middle class. This is where the difference between intimate visits, semi-formal visits, and formal visits originates from. As he spoke, he shook his head and laughed. Typically, the gentlemen, madams, and ladies who view themselves as this class will pay special attention to such details. Their visits to their neighbors and friends are from 2 to 6 in the afternoon. It's called a morning visit. Morning visit? Klein and Melissa asked in surprise. How can a visit from 2 to 6 in the afternoon be considered a morning visit? Banson put down his cutlery and shrugged with a smile. I don't know why either. I only read a few magazines brought by my female colleague. Perhaps it's because I have to wear a morning gown to visit. Originally, morning gowns were worn during mass and gatherings. Later, it was referred to formal wear during the day, which was different from evening gowns. All right, remember to buy some good coffee and tea tomorrow morning. Also, buy some muffins and lemon cake from Mrs. Smyron. Don't be rude in front of your neighbors. Klein laughed as he dipped the remaining bread into the gravy, picked up the potatoes, and put them in his mouth. The next day, which was Sunday morning, Klein finished the last mouthful of inferior tea, put down the newspapers, put on his half-top hat, picked up his silver-inlaid black cane, and slowly walked out of the door. He took a public carriage to Zutland Street. He greeted Roshan, who had just ended her night shift and was planning to sleep in the break room. He then went all the way down to the basement. Around the corner, he met a Nighthawk team member, Sleepless Royale Radine. She was a cold-looking lady with slender eyebrows and large eyes. Her hair was black and smooth like silk. "Good morning, Ma am Radine," Klein said with a smile as he bowed. Royale glanced at him with her dark blue eyes and nodded indiscernibly. Just as the two of them were about to brush past each other, Royale suddenly stopped and looked ahead. Ritualistic magic is a very dangerous thing. Klein was taken aback. When he turned around again, all he saw was her departing back. "Thank you." He frowned and called out softly to Royale Ryden's back. Turning left, he quickly saw old Neil in the armory's duty room, as well as Bright, who wasn't supposed to be there. "Let's go to my place. I've already received the corresponding materials. Bright has also agreed to help me watch the place," old Neil said with a chuckle. Klein was immediately surprised. "Not here." Old Neil clicked his tongue as he carried the silver suitcase. "There's no space to practice ritualistic magic here." Klein didn't ask further and followed old Neil back to the surface. Following that, the two of them took a public carriage and went all the way to the outskirts of Northborough. Old Neil's house was a single-family house. The garden in front of it was planted with roses, gold mint, and other materials. The moment they entered, there was a carpeted porch. There were 2 high-back chairs and an umbrella stand. Through the porch was a spacious living room. The walls were covered with light-colored wallpaper, and the floor was painted dark brown. In the middle was a small carpet with a floral design, and there was a heavy round table. The round table was surrounded by comfortable benches, chairs, and a piano. My deceased wife was very fond of music. Old Neil pointed at the piano and casually said, The sofa and coffee table are in the activity room. Let's do our ritualistic magic in the living room. All right, Klein replied cautiously. Old Neil put down the silver chest and smiled. I'll demonstrate a ritualistic magic to you first. Observe and memorize it. As he spoke, he took out a piece of fake goatskin from the silver chest. He used black ink that was specially concocted and had a tranquil fragrance to draw a strange pattern on it. Klein looked again and realized that old Neil seemed to be drawing a bill. After old Neil filled in the number 30 and the corresponding pound symbol, Klein couldn't control himself any longer. He asked in puzzlement and confusion, "What's wrong with old Neil?" He asked in confusion and confusion, "Mr. Neil, what ritualistic magic are you going to perform?" Old Neil coughed twice and answered very seriously, "I'm going to use magic to settle the debt of 30 pounds today." That works? Klein's eyes widened as his mouth gaped. Chapter 51. Using magic to settle bills? Should he curse the creditor to death or forge banknotes? I can't solve the problem, but I can solve you. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, and the way he looked at old Neil became a little strange. He seriously considered the possibility of calling the police, no, informing the Nighthawks. Old Neil glanced at him and said in annoyance, "From your eyes I see ignorance, stupidity, and weak and shameful trust. Didn't Dunn tell you the maxim of the mystery priors? Do as you please, but do not harm them." Although this maxim was first spread from a secret and evil organization, the Moses Ascetic Order, Beyonders who choose the path of mystery prior have used their own experiences to prove that it's correct. As long as they strictly abide by it and are filled with reverence, the risk of losing control will be minimized. The opposite conclusion is also true. Your suspicion is an insult to me, to the mystery priors. I'm sorry, Klein apologized without hesitation. He had indeed forgotten the maxim Dunn Smith had once mentioned. Old Neil wasn't really angry. Instead, he chuckled. Unfortunately, there are too few Beyonders who choose seer. There's no corresponding maxim to help you. But I have Roselle the Great's diary. Strictly adhering to the maxim has a hint of acting in itself. Klein suddenly thought of something and nodded as if he was thinking. Old Neil didn't say anything else. He took the vase and other things off the heavy round table and put them in a corner. Immediately after that, he took out a scarlet candle and a dark black candle from a small silver box. If ordinary people want to attempt ritualistic magic, they have to choose a suitable date or time according to the results of astrology or by flipping through the corresponding manuals. For example, Sunday, which symbolizes the goddess, or the time of the moon that she rules. But for us Beyonders, especially those who are good at it, there's no need for that. Our flourishing spirituality and our powerful astral projection are the key factors. Of course, if you are not confident in the ritualistic magic you want to try, then choose a suitable date and time to increase your success rate. Ah yes, there's a premise that you have to remember and strictly abide by. Old Neil put down the 2 candles and turned his body to the side. He looked at Klein and said very seriously, "Low-sequence Beyonders aren't strong enough. Almost all ritualistic magic they can do is to seek external help and power. Therefore, you can only consider the goddess, the Lord of Storms, and other orthodox deities. Never, ever attempt to communicate with unknown and unpredictable existences, even if there are people who believe in them, even if the recorded promises are filled with temptation. Don't hold the thought of getting lucky. Just try it once, and you will inevitably fall into the abyss. Every effort and every attempt will be. You will, you and all. You will. I'll keep that in mind," Klein replied in a low voice, but he felt a little guilty. His luck enhancement ritual seemed to be praying to an unknown and unpredictable existence for strength. Furthermore, he had really obtained a power that even a veteran Beyonder like the Hanged Man found unbelievable. He had the power to pull them above the gray fog. Yes, he should be a veteran Beyonder of. But I don't. Thankfully. I. Worrying about this matter, he took the initiative to change the topic. So, it's best for Nighthawks to seek help from the goddess? If you wish to pray to the Lord of Storms, no one will stop you. It's just that she might not respond, or it might be filled with malice. That will distort the results of our ritualistic magic in an unpredictable direction. Old Neil used a joke to successfully dispel Klein's hopes of getting lucky. There's no such thing as best, only must. After exhorting him, Old Neil picked up the scarlet candle and said, "A candle made from moon flowers and crimson sandalwood. In ritualistic magic, it symbolizes the goddess's identity as the Lady of Crimson." He pointed at the dark black candle and said, "A candle made from night vanilla and slumber flowers." Candles made from night vanilla and slumber flowers symbolize the dark night. As he spoke, he placed the black candle on the upper left of the round table and the red candle on the upper right. Why are there only two candles that symbolize the goddess? She is also the mother of concealment, the empress of misfortune and horror, and the mistress of repose and silence. Old Neil laughed. That's right. That's the question I wanted you to ask. Before the fall, the Moses ascetic order and the church had a good relationship. Some of their ideas and results in ritualistic magic deeply influenced us. They believe that all things are numbers, and every number has spirituality. In ritualistic magic, 0 represents the unknown, chaos, and the state before the birth of the world. 1 represents the beginning, representing the original creator. 2 represents the world and the gods that were born from his body. 3 represents the contact between the gods and the matter, and all things are formed. Here, we will use 2 candles to symbolize the goddess, and leave the third for ourselves. As for which 2 candles to use and which 2 symbols to symbolize, it depends on the effect that ritualistic magic wants to achieve. 3 begets all things? All things are 3? Klein couldn't help but think of some things he had come into contact with in his previous life. Seeing that he was listening attentively, Old Neil picked up the third candle and said, "This is a candle that symbolizes me. It's a very ordinary candle with some mint added. Remember, roses, lemons, mint, moonflowers, night vanilla, and slumber flowers are all loved and favored by the goddess. The 3 candles also symbolize everyone's body, spirituality, and divinity." After the description, Old Neil placed the third candle in the middle of the round table. He then took out the concocted full moon essence oil, as well as a cauldron with the dark sacred emblem engraved on it, a silver knife with gorgeous patterns, a cup of water, and a plate of coarse salt. For beyonders who aren't good at ritualistic magic, they would still need the assistance of bells, crystal balls, silver cups, incense, and other items. However, mystery priors and seers don't need them. These items are sufficient. Old Neil placed the fake goatskin parchment with the bills on it beside the cauldron, and he used a special quill to press down on a corner. He turned to the side and said to Klein, "Ritualistic magic requires a clean, undisturbed spiritual environment. Ritualistic magic requires a clean, undisturbed spiritual environment, and we have to create it ourselves. The method is to first enter cogitation, accumulate spirit, and then use auxiliary items to guide our power out and build it around us. For example, the Holy Night powder I used at Ray Bieber's house, or the ritual silver dagger I'm about to use. During the entire process, we need to determine the symbols and corresponding incantations according to the desired outcome. The incantations are best in Hermes because ancient Hermes comes from nature. It's similar to ancient Draconic and ancient Elvish. The effects are very direct, but it lacks the necessary concealment and protection, easily putting the user in danger. This is also the reason why it was improved. However, it is indeed more effective. Alright, I'm going to focus on the ritualistic magic. I won't explain it to you anymore. Pay attention and listen, and remember the questions. Ask me when everything is over. Alright. Klein took 2 steps back and focused on Old Neil. Old Neil's eyes quickly darkened as an invisible wind began to swirl around him. After a moment of silence, he used his psyche and matter to rub together in a sequence from left to right, from top to bottom, and lit 3 candles. Following that, he picked up the silver knife and stabbed it into the coarse salt. He then recited the incantation written in Hermes. I sanctify you, blade of pure silver. I cleanse and purify you so that you can serve me in the ritual. In the name of the Evernight Goddess, Lady of Crimson, you have been sanctified. After a series of short and powerful ancient words, Old Neil took out the silver knife and stabbed it into the cup of water. Then, he lifted it up and pointed it at the space outside the round table. He aimed the tip of the knife at the outer ring before taking a step forward and circling the round table. With every step he took, Klein could sense invisible forces spewing out from the silver knife. They were filled with spirituality as they connected with the air, forming a sealed wall. After circling around, the altar was isolated from the surroundings. Old Neil stood in front of the round table and put down the silver knife. He picked up the bottle of full moon essential oil and dripped 3 drops onto the black, crimson, and ordinary candles. Sizzle! A thin fog emanated, making everything seem mysterious. Old Neil put down the glass bottle and looked at the fake goatskin parchment. After 2 minutes of silence, he picked up a quill and drew the symbol of control on the bill, a square that framed all the contents, indicating that he had controlled the debt. Following that, he drew a cross to indicate elimination. Here, he held the fake goatskin parchment in one hand and tapped his glabella with the other, activating his spirit vision. Another invisible and vigorous force radiated as Old Neil chanted softly, I pray for the power of the Evernight. I pray for the power of Crimson. I pray for the goddess's blessings. I pray to bring me the money to pay this bill. Night Vanilla, a herb belonging to the Crimson Moon, please transmit your power to my incantation. Moonflower, a herb belonging to the Crimson Moon, please transmit your power to my incantation. By the side, Klein was dumbfounded as he listened. All sorts of thoughts raced through his mind. Such an incantation works too? Even though it's written and chanted in Hermes, isn't this a little too direct, simple, and down-to-earth? Will the goddess be enraged and double the bill? At that moment the candles suddenly lit up. After Old Neil finished chanting, he closed his eyes for 2 minutes. He picked up the full moon essential oil and dripped a drop onto each of the 3 candles. Right on the heels of that, he grabbed the fake goatskin parchment and brought it close to the candle that symbolized me. Once it was lit, he immediately threw it into the cauldron. Old Neil closed his eyes once again, as though he was feeling the burning of the bill. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked at the cauldron with the black sacred emblem. He saw that the fake goatskin parchment had been completely burned, leaving only ashes. Praise the goddess! Old Neil tapped his chest 4 times, forming the crimson moon. Then, he extinguished the candles in the reverse order he had done it in the beginning. After doing all of this, he picked up a silver knife and pierced through the invisible walls around him. After a sudden gust of wind, Old Neil clearly heaved a sigh of relief. It's done. That's it? Klein asked in surprise. The bill has been resolved? How was it resolved? I don't know either. In short, it will be resolved in a reasonable manner. Old Neil spread his hands and smiled. This. Klein didn't know what expression or words to use in response. Isn't this a little unreliable? Chapter 52. Don't think about that darn bill. Let's discuss ritualistic magic. Old Neil put away the candles, cauldron, and silver knife with a relaxed expression. Klein really wanted to shrug his shoulders like the Americans in his previous life, but he ultimately didn't do such an ungentlemanly action. He turned his attention back to the ritualistic magic itself, and threw out the detailed questions that he had previously been puzzled about, and he received sufficient answers. For example, the incantation had a certain format. As long as it was satisfied and the key meaning was clearly expressed in Hermes, the other parts could be used freely. Of course, blasphemous and insufficiently reverent descriptions were absolutely forbidden. This mysticism lesson lasted until noon. Old Neil coughed lightly. We have to return to Zutland Street. Having said that, he grumbled vaguely. I missed a lovely breakfast to collect those darn ingredients. Klein looked around in amusement and puzzlement. Mr. Neil, don't you have a chef at home? Or a maid in charge of cooking? A weekly salary of £12 was enough to take care of a few servants. According to the newspapers, if accommodation and food were provided, hiring an ordinary chef would only require a weekly salary of 12 to 15 soldi, not even £1. The maidservants who did chores were even cheaper, with a weekly salary of 3 soldi, 6 to 6 soldi. Of course, one could not rely on their culinary skills. That's not right. With Mr. Neil still owing £30, it's normal for him not to hire a chef or servant. I seem to have asked a question I shouldn't have asked again. While Klein was regretting, old Neil didn't mind at all. He shook his head and said, I often try ritualistic magic at home and study beyonder items and corresponding documents. I often try ritualistic magic at home and study beyonder items and the corresponding literature. I won't and can't hire ordinary people as chefs, servants, and maids. I only get people to clean up regularly. And if they aren't ordinary people, do you think they'll be willing to do such work? I seem to have asked a stupid question. Perhaps it's because I don't do anything that involves mysticism at home, Klein explained in a self-deprecating manner. Old Neil had long stood up. He wore his round-brimmed felt hat and mumbled as he walked out the door. I seem to smell the aroma of pan-fried goose liver. When the bill is completely settled, I must have a good portion. I can definitely eat a whole piece of roast pork with applesauce for lunch. No, that's not enough. I need a sausage with mashed potatoes. You're making me hungry. Klein swallowed his saliva and quickly followed old Neil to the nearby public carriage stop. When they returned to Zutland Street, old Neil had just gotten off the carriage when he suddenly hummed in acknowledgement. What did I see? Goddess, what did I just see? He suddenly became as agile as a 17 or 18-year-old boy. He quickly came to the roadside and picked up an item. Puzzled, Klein approached it. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was an exquisitely crafted wallet. With his eyesight and knowledge, it was difficult for him to tell whether the dark brown purse was made of cowhide or sheepskin. He only noticed that there was a small light blue coat of arms embroidered on it, and on the coat of arms was a white dove spreading its wings. That was the first impression that Klein had, but from the second glance, his eyes were glued to the bulging wallet's banknote. They were gold pounds with a gray background and black patterns. There were at least 20 of them, facing up. Old Neil opened the wallet and took out the banknote. After looking at them carefully, he immediately chuckled. £10 note. The respected founder and protector, William I. Oh goddess! A total of 30 of them. There are also a few £5, £1, and 5 soldi note. More than £300? That's a huge sum in the truest sense of the word. I might not even be able to save that much money in 10 years. Klein's breathing involuntarily turned heavy. As the value of gold pounds was very high, picking up such a wallet was equivalent to picking up a suitcase of banknotes in his previous life. I wonder which gentleman dropped it. It's definitely not an ordinary person, Klein calmly analyzed. Such a wallet clearly didn't belong to a lady. Don't worry about who he is. Old Neil chuckled. It's not like we will try to take possession of money that doesn't belong to us. Let's wait here. I believe that gentleman will soon return to search for it. To anyone, this isn't something that can be easily given up. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he gained a brand new understanding of old Neil's moral character. He was previously worried that the man would use the excuse of being bestowed by the goddess to use the money to repay the bill. He was thinking hard about how to stop him and persuade him. Is this what it means to do as you please, but do no harm? Klein suddenly came to a realization. The duo waited by the street for less than a minute before they saw a luxurious four-wheeled carriage quickly drive over. The light blue coat of arms on the side was a white dove with its wings spread open. The carriage stopped, and a middle-aged man in a black suit and a bow tie of the same color left the carriage. He looked at the wallet, took off his hat, and bowed. "Sirs, this should be my master's wallet. Your coat of arms proves everything, but I need to verify it again. This is my responsibility to everyone. May I know how much money is in the wallet?" Old Neil politely replied. The middle-aged man was taken aback before he gave a self-deprecating laugh. "As a butler, I shouldn't know how much money is left in my master's wallet. Sorry, please allow me to ask." "That's your freedom." Old Neil made an inviting gesture. The middle-aged man returned to the carriage's side and exchanged a few words with the person inside through the window. He approached Klein and old Neil again and said with a smile, "More than £300, less than £350. More than £300, less than £350. My master doesn't remember the exact amount." "Doesn't remember? What a rich man. If I had that much money, I would definitely have counted it over and over again." Klein was filled with envy. Old Neil nodded and handed the wallet back. "The goddess proves that this belongs to you." The middle-aged man took the wallet and did a rough count. Then, he pulled out 3 £10 notes. "My master is Sir Deweyville. He said that he admires your qualities. This is the reward that honest people should receive. Please do not reject it." "Sir Deweyville?" "The Sir Deweyville who established the Deweyville Trust Company to provide cheap rental housing for low-level laborers?" Klein immediately recalled the name. He was a knight that his brother, Banson, respected, but also felt that he wasn't realistic enough. "Thank you, sir. He is a kind and generous gentleman." Old Neil didn't stand on ceremony as he took the 3 notes. After watching Sir Deweyville's carriage depart, he saw that there was no one around and turned to look at Klein. He flicked the notes and laughed. £30. The bill is settled. I said that it would be settled in a reasonable manner. This is the power of magic. What the ***king power of magic. That works too. Klein was dumbfounded once again. After resting for a few minutes, he entered the staircase and climbed up to the security company. He asked in puzzlement, "Mr. Neil, why didn't you ask for a bigger sum? Don't be greedy, especially when performing ritualistic magic. Temperance is a key factor for every mystery prior to live long enough," old Neil explained in a relaxed and cheerful manner. In the huge banquet hall, several chandeliers were lit with candles. They emitted a soothing aroma, and the amount of light they accumulated was not inferior to that of the gas lamps. On the long tables were pan-fried foie gras, roasted steak, roasted chicken, fried mackerel, desi oysters, lamb stew, cream soup, and other delicacies. In addition, there were bottles of misty champagne, Ormer wine, and Southville red wine. They emitted an alluring luster under the illumination of the lights. Servants in red vests carried trays with crystal cups and shuttled back and forth between the gentlemen and ladies who were either elegantly or gorgeously dressed. Audrey Hall wore a long white dress with a standing collar, a high waist, and goat leg sleeve. Her upper body was tightly bound, and her waist was extremely thin. The multi-layered cupcake cut was perfectly supported by a whalebone hoop. Her long blonde hair was tied up elegantly, and her earrings, necklace, and rings shone brightly. On her feet was a pair of white dancing shoes inlaid with roses and diamonds. "Are there 4, 5, or 6 petticoats?" Audrey touched the petticoat with her right hand, which was wearing a white gauze glove. Her left hand was holding a sparkling glass of champagne. Audrey was not at the center of the banquet like she usually was, becoming the center of attention. Instead, she avoided the bustle and stood quietly in the shadows of the floor-to-ceiling windows. She took a sip of champagne and looked at the people in front of her in a manner that made it seem as if she did not belong there. Earl Wolf's youngest son was chatting with Viscount Conrad's daughter. He liked to wave his forearms to strengthen his tone. Well, the more he waved his arms, the more untrustworthy the content of his words. This was a proven conclusion. He could not help but elevate himself and belittle others, but he could not control his guilt. This would be expressed through the way he spoke and his body language. Madame Della has used her left hand to cover her laughter again and again today. Yes, I know. She's showing off the pure aquamarine on her left hand. Her husband, Duke of Negan, is discussing the situation with a few conservative nobles not far away. Since the beginning of the banquet, he has only actively looked for his Madame Della once. They barely make eye contact. Maybe, well, they're not as loving as they appear. Madame Parnis has been made to laugh by Baron Larry 7 times. This is normal and not surprising, but why does she look at her husband with a guilty look? Well, they're separated. No, they're going somewhere that leads to the garden. In this extravagant banquet, Audrey saw many details that she would not have noticed in the past. For a moment, she almost believed that she was watching a play. Everyone is a good actor. She sighed silently, her eyes cold. At this moment, she suddenly felt something. She turned her head abruptly and looked at the spacious balcony outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. She looked at the dark corner of the spacious balcony. In the shadow, a large golden retriever sat quietly, looking inside at Audrey with tranquil eyes. Half of its body was hidden in the darkness. Chapter 53. Above the stormy sea, an ancient three-masted sailboat was bobbing up and down with the waves. It wasn't fast, nor was it large enough. In this disaster scene where the sky and sea were one, it was like a withered leaf that had left a tree. However, no matter how ferocious the hurricane was or how terrifying the waves were, it sailed safely without any signs of tilting. Alger Wilson stood on the empty deck and looked at the mountainous waves around him. It was unknown what he was thinking. "It's going to be Monday again," he muttered silently. That was a day that belonged to Mother Earth, the beginning of a new cycle of prosperity and decline. But to Alger it had another meaning. It belonged to a mysterious existence that was forever shrouded in grayish-white fog. "At least I haven't become a lunatic." He retracted his gaze and gave a self-deprecating laugh. At this moment, one of his few crew members came over and asked respectfully, "Your Grace, what's our objective for this voyage?" Alger surveyed the area and replied in a monotonous tone, "To pursue a listener from the Aurora Order." The storm dissipated and the fog filled the air. There were cannons in place, but they still didn't conform to the trend of the times. A boy of 8 or 9 years old, with soft yellow hair, trembled with fear as he watched the undisciplined pirates around him. He watched as they enjoyed barrels of beer, swung around with the help of ropes, taunted each other, and even punched each other. He turned to look at the black-robed man standing in the shadows. He lowered his voice and asked, "Father, where are we going?" 5 days ago, he met his father for the first time in his memory. The father who claimed to be an adventurer. If it wasn't for the oil painting his mother left behind that proved his identity, and if it wasn't for the orphanage opening its doors for him, he definitely wouldn't be willing to leave his hometown and follow this relative who was almost a stranger. The man standing in the shadows lowered his head and looked at his son. With a kind expression, he replied, "Yes." With a kind expression, he replied, "Jack, I'll bring you to a sacred place, the sanctuary where the Creator once lived." Is that the kingdom of God? We mortals can only enter if we receive blessings. Little Jack had been taught well by his mother and had sufficient common sense. At that moment, he was both surprised and terrified. The man standing in the shadows had an unforgettable face. It was like a stone sculpture created by the most outstanding master. He put his hand to his ear and listened attentively. He answered in a voice that sounded like he was talking in his sleep. "Jack, mortals are a wrong concept. The Creator created this world. He is everywhere and exists in every living being. Therefore, everything has divinity. When divinity reaches a certain level, one can become an angel. The 7 false gods are just more powerful angels. Look, I can hear the teachings of the Creator right now. Ah, what an extraordinary revelation that is! Life is just a journey of the Spirit. When the Spirit is strong enough and tenacious enough, we can find our own divinity and merge with more divinity. Lil Jack could not understand this complicated description. He shook his head and asked another question that he had not had the chance to ask before. Father, I heard from Mother that after the Creator created this world, He split into all things and did not actually exist. Then why is there still His holy place? As a child of 7 or 8 years old, his logic was clear enough. The man with the chiseled face was taken aback. He tilted his head a little more, as if he had heard more whispers. Suddenly, he fell to his knees on the deck. His skin that was exposed protruded with bluish-black objects. He held his head with both hands, his face contorted abnormally as he shouted in extreme pain. "They're lying." After lunch, with old Neil promising to bring him along the next time he went to the underground market, Klein slowly returned to the Blackthorn Security Company. He was considering whether he should read some documents in the office and practice his abilities, or continue wandering around the divination club before Captain Dunn forbade him to act as a seer. However, before he could make a decision, he saw Dunn Smith walk in from outside. He was wearing a black trench coat and a half-top hat. "Captain, how's the situation?" Klein asked with concern as he thought about the whereabouts of the Antigonus family's notebook. Dunn's gray eyes didn't show any signs of fatigue. Many sources have confirmed that the Antigonus family's notebook is in Ray Bieber's hands. However, he has completely disappeared. I've already informed the various Nighthawks teams of this matter via telegram. I've asked them to pay close attention to the various ports and steam locomotive stations. The first batch of printed portraits was mailed out yesterday afternoon. It will be published in the various newspapers. If only there were telephones, fax machines, surveillance cameras, and big data. Unfortunately, I only know how to use them. I don't even understand the principles behind them. Klein silently exhaled. However, no matter what, we have found the notebook's whereabouts, and it's all thanks to you. Of course, that still requires further confirmation. I've already sent a telegram to the Bakelin Diocese, requesting them to send someone to escort sealed artifact 2-049 over. It's a dangerous item that once belonged to the Antigonus family. It can help us know if Ray Bieber is a descendant of the Antigonus family. Grade 2 sealed artifact. Dangerous. Use it with caution and moderation. Klein originally wanted to ask what the sealed artifact was out of curiosity, what special powers it had, and what dangers it posed. However, he instantly remembered that he didn't have the confidentiality clearance, so he had no choice but to give up. May the goddess bless us. Klein tapped his chest 4 times and drew a full moon. As Dunn opened the door to his office, he nodded slightly and said, "The goddess has always been watching over us." Klein, if you hadn't chosen seer previously, you would have been able to become an official member and choose sleepless after this matter was confirmed. Unfortunately, to be honest, I've never understood why you chose seer. Although corpse collector is quite repulsive, you should know how powerful a spirit medium is after meeting daily. As for mystery prior, it's also a good choice. At the very least, with old Neil as a role model, the risk of losing control is very low. Klein had already prepared an answer to this question, but Dunn had never asked about it. It was only now that he casually mentioned it. He organized his words. What I'm considering is that seers and mystery priors are support-type beyonders, so they don't always have to face enemies. That would be too dangerous. And you and old Neil also said that in the domain of mystery and beyonders, curiosity and exploration often bring about terrifying consequences. The description of a mystery prior's mystery prying worries me, so. As you know, I was just an ordinary university student not long ago. Being timid is the only reason why I made this choice. I have to say, this is an unexpected but reasonable answer. Dunn rubbed his temples and chuckled. He turned his body halfway and sized up Klein with his gray eyes. During this period of time, continue going out. Don't limit yourself to the route from Welch's house to Iron Cross Street. Perhaps you can sense that notebook and help us determine Ray Bieber's whereabouts. Okay. Klein realized that he didn't have to worry about it anymore. He bade farewell and turned around, silently counting in his heart. 3, 2, wait, Dunn shouted. Klein turned around and smiled. Captain, is there anything else? Dunn coughed. Yes, there will be times when support-type Beyonders have to face enemies. Although Seer sounds like it can avoid such things, we can't neglect it. You have to maintain your firearms practice and have a plan to increase your strength. That's what I'm trying to do. Klein pointed outside. I'm going out. Okay, wait a minute. Dunn called out to him again. While thinking, he said, maybe I should consider hiring a combat instructor for you. Of course, the prerequisite for this is that you become an official member. Klein tersely acknowledged and cautiously asked, Yes. Captain, is there anything else? No more. Seeing Klein's look of disbelief, Dunn shook his head with a faint smile and emphasized, There's really nothing else. Only then did Klein walk out of the partition and bid farewell to Roshan, Mrs. Oriana, and company. He first went to the shooting club to practice before strolling around for a full hour, seriously completing the mission given to him by the captain. After doing all of this, he came to the divination club and saw the beautiful Madame Angelica reading a magazine leisurely. Family. Klein silently recited the name, walked over with his cane, and greeted her with a smile. Good afternoon, Madame Angelica. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. Angelica put down the magazine unhurriedly, stood up, and said, Mr. Glassy came not long after you left yesterday. He had just recovered from a serious illness. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a smile. That's really something to be happy about. Upon hearing this, Angelica, who had been secretly observing him, couldn't help but suppress her voice. She asked curiously, Mr. Glassy said that you are a very, very, very miraculous doctor, right? What? Klein looked at the lady in front of him in shock, suspecting that he was hallucinating. How can you tell that I'm a doctor? Chapter 54. Seeing Klein's surprised expression, Angelica immediately wavered. Isn't that so? Mr. Glassy said that you were able to tell that there was a hidden illness in his lungs, just from observation. Her voice became softer as she spoke before she finally shut her mouth. Observation? A black mark on the glabella? Klein was enlightened as he shook his head and laughed. I believe Mr. Glassy has misunderstood. He had planned on giving a perfunctory reply, but he suddenly recalled that no one had sought him for divination yesterday afternoon. It had caused his acting as a seer to be very unsmooth. Hence, he quickly explained, this is actually a form of divination. Divination? But Mr. Glassy only mentioned that you observed his face. Is that considered divination? Angelica asked in surprise and puzzlement. Klein smiled calmly. As a member of the divination club, you should know about palmistry, right? Palmistry wasn't exclusive to the Foodie Empire. Even on Earth, India and Old Europe had developed their own theories, much less the world with Beyonder powers. I know, but it seems like you didn't read his palmistry? Did you secretly observe him? Angelica asked out of curiosity. I read his physiognomy. Klein fabricated a story. Its principles are essentially the same as palmistry. Really? Angelica's eyes were filled with disbelief. For the development of his career as a seer, Klein chuckled and pretended to be in deep thought. He raised his hand and tapped his glabella twice. Focusing his gaze, Angelica's aura appeared in his eyes. Her head was purple, her limbs were red, and her throat was blue. There was nothing wrong with her health. It was just that the colors were slightly dull, but this was a normal sign of fatigue. Klein looked at her emotions again, and saw that there were some red and blue mixed in the orange. It was warmth with a hint of excitement and contemplation. Thankfully, after discovering that there were no abnormalities, Klein planned on deactivating his spirit vision. At that moment, he suddenly saw that deep within the color of Angelica's emotions, there was a thick darkness. Besides, she lacks the positivity of white. Klein nodded in thought. Mr. Moretti, are you reading my fortune-telling? Angelica sensed something when she saw the young gentleman in black formal attire suddenly turn silent and seriously size her up. She asked with a mixture of curiosity and worry. Klein didn't reply immediately. Instead, he tapped the space between his eyebrows, as if he was scrutinizing him attentively. Just as Angelica was feeling uneasy, he spoke gently. Lady Angelica, there is sorrow and pain. Do not seal it in your heart. Angelica's eyes widened and her mouth widened, but she couldn't say a word. She looked at Klein, who was wearing a half-top hat and had a scholarly demeanor. She heard him say in a deep, soothing and warm voice, I'm not sure if you're a good person or not. You need to climb a mountain, play a tennis match, or watch a sad play. Let your body be exhausted from the exercise, let your tears flow without any concealment, and then cry, scream, and let all your emotions completely explode. It's also good for your health. As the words entered her ears, Angelica seemed to have turned into a statue, standing there motionless. She blinked her eyes hard, lowered her head in a panic, and said in a muffled voice, Thank you for your suggestion. There seems to be quite a number of members today? Klein didn't speak further. As though he hadn't done any divination, he turned to look at the meeting room at the end of the corridor. Sunday afternoon. At least 50 members. Angelica's voice was still a little hoarse, and she only said a few key words. She paused, and her speech gradually returned to normal. Would you like black tea or coffee? Sighed black tea. Klein nodded slightly and took off his hat politely before slowly walking towards the meeting room. It was only when he disappeared from the door that Angelica slowly exhaled. The Divination Club's meeting room was huge, almost twice the size of Klein's high school classroom. In the past, there would only be 5 or 6 members here, making it very empty. But now, there were dozens of fortune-tellers sitting in groups of 2 or 3, filling up most of the space. Sunlight shone in through a few oriel windows. The members were either discussing softly, surrounding Honas Vincent to ask for advice, immersing themselves in drills, attempting divination, or drinking coffee and reading newspapers. Such a scene made Klein feel as though he had returned to his student days on Earth. However, back then, it was much more lively and noisy. It didn't have this tranquility. He surveyed the area and didn't see any familiar faces like Glassy or Edward Steve. Hence, he randomly picked up a divination textbook and found a corner to leisurely read it. After a while, Angelica came in with a cup of black tea and placed it on the table in front of Klein. Just as she was about to leave quietly, she saw Mr. Moretti remove a unique silver chain from his left sleeve. There was a pure topaz hanging from it. What is he doing? Angelica slowed down her footsteps unknowingly as she stared at Klein. Klein held the silver chain in his left hand and dropped the topaz straight onto the cup of side black tea, allowing it to make contact with the surface of the liquid. He had a serene expression as he half closed his eyes. The surrounding atmosphere immediately turned quiet. The pure topaz moved slightly as it rotated clockwise along with the unique silver chain. Upon seeing this scene, Angelica found Mr. Moretti to be extremely mysterious. Your black tea isn't bad. Klein opened his eyes and muttered with a smile. He had done that on purpose for Angelica to see. If he wanted people to seek him for divination soon, Angelica, who was in charge of reception and recommendation, was a crucial factor. Since he was going to act as a seer, Klein no longer had any reservations. He truly immersed himself in this identity. Yes, Mr. Vincent is very picky about the quality of black tea, Angelica said in a daze. At that moment, Klein retracted his spirit pendulum and wrapped it around him again. Then, he raised the white patterned porcelain cup and gave it a toast with a smile. Angelica returned to the reception hall. She was no longer in the mood to read the magazine. She sat there in a daze, her thoughts unknown. Only when there was a knock on the door did she jolt awake. She hurriedly looked towards the entrance and saw a lady dressed in a light blue dress. The lady took off her veil hat with a powdery blue ribbon. Her expression was calm and melancholic. "Good afternoon, esteemed lady. Do you wish to join the club, or are you looking for someone to do a divination?" Angelica went over in a familiar manner. "I wish to do a divination." The lady with beautiful eyes that hid her melancholy bit her lower lip. Angelica invited her to sit on the sofa before explaining the details of divination for members in detail. She took out a booklet and handed it over. "You can choose anyone." The lady, who was in low spirits, flipped through the booklet seriously. As there were too many members in the club today, there were too many choices for her to choose from. It left her feeling vexed. "Can you recommend someone? These are the ones in these pages." She pointed to the middle of the booklet and omitted the fortune-tellers whose prices were above 2 soldi and below 4 pence. Angelica took back the booklet and looked at it for a few minutes. She deliberated and said, "I recommend this gentleman." The uneasy lady focused her gaze and realized that it was a fortune-teller named Klein Moretti. "Mr. Moretti just joined the club. Is his standard trustworthy?" she asked worriedly. Angelica nodded affirmatively. "A member and I can confirm that Mr. Moretti is an excellent fortune-teller. If he hadn't just joined the club, he wouldn't have charged such a low fee." "I understand." The depressed lady nodded. "Then I'll get Mr. Moretti to do a divination." "All right, please wait a moment." Angelica took the booklet and walked to the meeting room. She came to Klein's side and said with a suppressed voice, "Mr. Moretti, someone wants you to do a divination. Which divination room would you like to use?" "Not bad. My first business has come knocking on my door." Klein put down his cup of black tea and nodded calmly. "The topaz room. All right." Angelica slowly led the way and opened the wooden door to the topaz room. Klein sat behind a table filled with divination equipment. After waiting for nearly a minute, he saw a woman in a light blue dress walk in. She looked depressed. Taking advantage of the moment she closed the door, he tapped his glabella twice. "The yellow color of the stomach is a little dim. The dark color of the emotions is very heavy. It's mainly worry and uneasiness." Klein looked carefully, leaned back, and deactivated his spirit vision. "Hello, Mr. Moretti." The woman in the light blue dress sat down. "Good afternoon. How may I address you?" Klein asked politely, not expecting to receive an answer. As a keyboard warrior, he knew that many people were unwilling to use their real names during divination. "You can call me Anna." The woman in the light blue dress placed her veil to the side and looked at Klein with anticipation and suspicion. "I wish to divine my fiancé's situation. He went to the southern continent in March for a business deal. On the 3rd of last month, he sent a telegram to me and his family, saying that he was about to set sail and return. However, 20 days have passed, and he still hasn't returned. I originally thought that it was because of the berserk seas weather, but today, more than a month has passed. The alfalfa he was on still hasn't arrived at Mat Harbor. The sea that separated the northern and southern continent was called the Berserk Sea. It was famous for its many natural disasters and dangerous current. If not for Roselle the Great sending people to explore a few relatively safe sea routes, the various countries of the northern continent might not have been able to begin their colonial era, much less lay down a submarine cable or complete a wired telegraph system. Klein looked at the first client of his seer career and asked cautiously, "What's the matter?" Chapter 55. Anna, who had a pair of beautiful eyes, hesitated for more than 10 seconds. You can choose whichever you think is the most efficacious. You're a fortune teller, but I'm not. Of course, there are also cards and tarot cards. I've tried to study them at home, but I always feel that they're more like toys, more like games. Klein thought for a moment as he placed his elbows on the edge of the table and placed his palms between his mouth and nose. His gaze was calm as he said in a deep voice, "Then, I'll use the astrolabe for divination." He pointed at the fountain pen and a stack of paper on the table. "Write down your fiancé's name, as well as his appearance, address, and date of birth. It would be even better if you can remember the exact time. From her attire, grooming, and bearing, he believed that she wasn't illiterate." Anna didn't answer. She reached out for a piece of paper, picked up the fountain pen, dipped it in ink, and began writing, pausing from time to time in thought. 2 minutes later, she pushed the piece of paper to the other side. Klein reached out and pressed down on it, flipped the sequence, and took in the information on the piece of paper. Joyce Mayer, September 15, 1323, 2 p.m. 8 Stevens Street, East Borough, Tingen City, short blonde hair, a nose like an eagle's beak. With just a glance, Klein quickly calculated the spirit number of the person's birthday. 1 + 5 = 6. In the field of mysticism, the number of digits obtained by adding the dates of one's birth was known as the spirit number of one's birthday. It affected a person's life before the age of 27. The spirit number of the month of birth, adding the digits of the month of birth to a single digit, affected a person's life from 27 to 54. The spirit number of the year of birth, adding the digits of the year of birth to a single digit, affected a person's life after 54. Today was July 1349, and Joyce wasn't even 27 years old yet. Therefore, Klein quickly calculated the spirit number of his birthday. And the number 6 represented a balanced and harmonious life. He had a loving relationship, and it was a relatively good marriage or a prospective marriage. Following that, he calculated the person's fleeting spirit number. The so-called fleeting year spiritual number was to replace the year of birth with the current year, and then add it together with the spiritual number of the birthday spiritual number and the spiritual number of the birthday spiritual number to obtain the approximate luck for the current year. 1 + 3 + 4 + 9 = 17, 1 + 7 = 8, 8 + month of birth, 9 + birthday, 6 = 23, 2 + 3 = 5. If the fleeting year is 5, it means that there will be changes and accidents that require a certain amount of risk. Klein combined the actual situation and silently made a judgment, confirming that the information Anna provided was accurate. He retracted his gaze from the paper and looked at Anna. "Mr. Meyer left on the 3rd of June? If he didn't lie, then that's it." Anna bit her lips. "Okay." Klein took the pen and wrote it down. He looked at Anna with his dark brown eyes and said gently, "I'm going to start drawing the corresponding astrolabe. This will require some time and absolute silence. Can you wait outside for a while? Angelica will give you a cup of coffee or tea." "All right." Anna knew that certain fortune-tellers had eccentricities, so she wasn't surprised. She got up, took her veil hat with a pinkish-blue ribbon, and left the topaz room. Klein locked the door and returned to the table. Based on the year, date, and time, he drew the astrolabe, including the constellations, planets, and the positions of the houses, the divisions of the sky. During this process, he barely flipped through the astrology handbook. He completed it purely from memory. During his mysticism lessons, Klein discovered that as long as it was related to divination, he could easily grasp it once he learned it. It quickly became instinctive. Perhaps this is what it means to be a seer. After he finished drawing the astrolabe, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He felt his body, mind, and spirit become a lot more relaxed. Looking at the results, he roughly determined that Joyce Meyer would encounter a calamity based on the constellations, the positions of the planets, and the other auxiliary symbols. However, he would eventually be able to walk out of it. At this point, the divination was actually complete. However, Klein placed great importance on this first business deal. He hoped to build up his reputation so that it would be easier for him to act in the future. Hence, he picked up a fountain pen and wrote a line in Hermes on the piece of paper that Anna had written on. Joyce Meyer's current condition. He silently recited the sentence, memorizing the date of birth and other information on the piece of paper over and over again. After repeating it 7 times, Klein grabbed the piece of paper and leaned back in his chair. An outline of the ball of light appeared in his mind as his eyes turned dark. He quickly entered a cogitation state. His surroundings immediately became ethereal. There seemed to be invisible objects and illusory gray fog extending endlessly above him. Klein recalled the contents on the piece of paper again before indulging himself and falling asleep in such a state. He was going to use dream divination. He would repeat the question and memorize it. Then, he would let his astral projection roam the spirit world in his dream and obtain a revelation. To an ordinary person, they would occasionally have similar experiences. However, the symbols in their dreams were complicated and blurry, making it difficult to remember. However, a seer didn't have such a problem. They could directly see certain scenes. Everything began to blur. Klein was half awake and half muddled. In the distorted and illusory world, he saw a golden-haired young man with a hooked nose. He was swimming frantically in a sea of blood and fear. He was nearly engulfed a few times, but he was lucky enough to escape to the shore. The scene shattered and changed. Klein saw a grayish-blue house with a toy pinwheel at the door. The golden-haired young man with a hooked nose was slowly walking in with a delighted expression. At that moment the scene changed again. Klein found himself in a towering palace. The walls had collapsed and were in ruins. Some places were even covered in moss and weed. Through the holes around him, he could see the mountain outside and the white clouds that were almost touching him. At the very end of the palace was a huge chair carved out of stone. It was embedded with dull gems and gold. It didn't seem to be prepared for humans. The huge chair was empty and mottled, as though it had experienced the baptism of time. Klein looked around in puzzlement. He didn't understand why he would dream of such a scene. His muddle-headedness began to fade. He subconsciously walked out of the palace to confirm where he was. Suddenly, he felt a gaze on him. It was a gaze from behind. Klein suddenly turned around and looked at the huge stone chair. He saw that there seemed to be countless transparent maggots huddled together. They were slowly squirming and growing wantonly. Hiss! He opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. The crystal ball, tarot cards, and the paper with the astrolabe reflected in his eyes. Reality quickly defeated the illusion. The beginning of the dream was the result of divination. What about the rest? It seems to be targeted at me? Klein put down the paper and rubbed his sun acupoint, frowning in thought. He was certain that this wasn't the fear hidden in his heart being expressed through the dream. It was because he was doing a divination himself. A non-human palace on a mountain peak. Silent gaze at me. Distorted and strange maggots. Klein recalled the past as he silently guessed. Was it the one I communicated with through the luck enhancement ritual, or was it from the Antigonus family's notebook? Yes, the notebook mentioned the nation of the Evernight in the Hornacis mountain range. The palace in the dream was on the mountain peak. He did some reading and was glad that he had chosen to be a seer. According to old Neil, mystery priors could also perform dream divination, but they were definitely not as good as him. Phew, I'm haunting you. I can only hope that I can capture Ray Bieber as soon as possible. Klein calmed his emotions, took the paper with the astrolabe, and slowly walked to the door. He opened the door and came to the reception hall. He saw Anna staring out the window, completely ignoring the black tea in front of her. Ah, Mr. Moretti, have you gotten the results from your divination? Anna glanced at Klein from the corner of her eye and hurriedly stood up. Klein didn't answer her directly. Instead, he asked based on the revelation he had received from the dream. Is there a toy windmill in front of your house or Mr. Meyer's house? Anna's eyes widened. She was stunned speechless for a long time. After a while, she muttered, "That was a gift he gave me. That's a gift he gave me. It's right in front of my house." How did you know this can also be divined? Klein smiled and said warmly, "Congratulations, Miss Anna. Congratulations, Miss Anna. Mr. Joyce Meyer is a guest at your house. If you go back immediately, you should be able to meet him. He has experienced a disaster and an unimaginable painful experience. What he needs is not an inquiry, but comfort and a warm embrace." "Oh, really?" Anna asked in disbelief. The fortune-tellers she knew would never speak with such certainty or give such a definite conclusion. "You will know when you return home immediately," Klein said with a gentle smile. "Oh, God of Steam, is this true? Is my poor Joyce back? Are you sure?" "No, I can't believe it." Anna was stunned for a moment as she spoke incoherently. She took out a one-solely note from her bag. Without waiting for Klein to give her change, she ran out of the divination club and hurried home on a carriage. "Does this include a tip?" Klein shook his head and laughed as he held the note. The two-wheeled carriage sped through the streets and entered Eastborough. Anna looked out the window at the streets that were speeding past her with anxiety, anticipation, and fear. Not long after, the toy windmill appeared before her eyes. After getting off the carriage, she didn't care about her appearance. She almost stumbled to the door and pulled the doorbell. The door creaked open. Anna saw a blond young man in a black suit. His face was haggard, but his eyes were cheerful. He had an eagle's beak. "I thought I would miss you today," Joyce said with a smile. "By the God of Steam, you're really back." Anna rubbed her eyes and shouted in surprise and joy. What the fortune-teller said was true. No, he's a real fortune-teller. It's too magical. Thoughts surged and boiled. Anna held back her tears and rushed over to give her fiancé a warm hug. Chapter 56. In the rather spacious living room, Anna and Joyce, who had ended their hug, sat on different sofas, separated by the woman's parents. Joyce sighed with a satisfied expression. "Holy Lord of Steam, I'm so lucky to have returned alive and to see Anna again. My poor Joyce, what exactly happened to you?" Anna couldn't hold it in any longer as she probed with concern. Joyce looked at his fiancée, his expression turning heavy. "I'm still afraid to this day. I keep waking up from my dreams again and again. 5 days after the Alfalfa left Caesar Harbor, we encountered pirates, terrifying pirates. The only thing to be thankful for was that their leader was named Nast, the great pirate who calls himself the King of the 5 Seas." Anna's father, Mr. Wayne, asked in astonishment. Although Joyce had come to visit half an hour ago, he didn't mention in detail what had happened to him. He appeared apprehensive, nervous, and uneasy until Anna returned and gave him a hug. Only then did he seem to have walked out of his predicament. Yes, the King of the 5 Seas, Nast, claimed to be a descendant of the Solomon Empire. He abided by the virtue of not killing captives, and because of this, we were only robbed of our money and didn't lose our lives. His subordinates even left us enough food. Joyce recalled what had happened during this period of time. His body gradually began to tremble, but he still persisted in describing the deepest and heaviest nightmare of his. "I didn't lose much of my belongings. I originally thought that the misfortune was over, but in the voyage that followed, the Alfalfa's passengers and crew erupted in an intense internal strife. It went from arguments to brawls to pulling out revolvers and raising swords to kill each other. Those few days, my vision was filled with the color of blood. The people beside me fell one after another, their eyes wide open as though they would never close. Their limbs, hearts, and intestines splattered all over the ground. Those of us who didn't want to become beasts, the rational part of us, had nowhere to hide and nowhere to run. We were surrounded by dark blue waves, an endless ocean. Some cried, some begged for mercy, some sold their bodies, but their heads were still hung on the mast. Anna, I was filled with despair at that time. I thought that I would never see you again. Fortunately, in such a nightmare, a hero still appeared. Mr. Captain led us to hide in the sturdy lower deck. With the water and food that we had prepared in advance, we managed to hold on until we reached the limit of those crazy guys. Mr. Triss encouraged us and bravely led us to attack those murderers. After a bloody battle that I will never forget, we survived. However, the Alfalfa also deviated from its course, and only a third of the sailors remained. When talking about the darkest and most terrifying side of the human heart, Joyce couldn't help but recall the hero who called himself Triss. He had a round, amiable face and was shy like a girl. He always liked to stay in a corner. Only those who knew him well would understand how talkative he was. But it was this inconspicuous boy who stood resolutely in front of everyone during the worst and most desperate times. Oh, God of steam, my pitiful Joyce, what a heart-wrenching experience you had. Thank God. Worship God. He didn't let us be separated. Tears welled up in Anna's eyes as she constantly tapped on the triangular sacred emblem of steam and machinery on her chest. Joyce revealed a slightly pale smile. This is the reward for our devotion. The Alfalfa later experienced a storm, went through a loss of navigation, and passed one test after another before finally arriving at Enchantment Harbor. Due to the serious murder that happened on the ship, we survivors were detained by the police and interrogated separately. We didn't have the chance to send a telegram home to inform our families of the situation. When everything was over, which was this morning, I immediately borrowed some money from a friend and took the steam locomotive back. Thank God for allowing me to set foot on the land of Tingen again, allowing me to see all of you again. At this point, he looked at his fiancée with a puzzled expression. Anna, when you saw me, I could feel your joy and surprise. But what I couldn't understand was why you rushed to the door so excitedly after getting off the carriage. I was planning on giving you a huge surprise. Anna recalled what had happened and still said in disbelief, There's nothing to hide, Joyce. There's nothing to hide, Joyce. As I was worried about you, I went to the only divination club in Tingen City for a divination today. And that fortune-teller, no, the seer told me that your fiancé has returned. He's in the house with the toy windmill. What? Mr. and Mrs. Wayne and Joyce blurted out at the same time. Anna covered her face and shook her head. I didn't believe what I saw today either, but it really happened. God of steam, perhaps there really are miracles in this world. Joyce, that seer asked for your name, characteristics, address, and date of birth. He said that he was doing an astrolabe divination. Then, he asked me if the house with the toy windmill was my house or yours. After I confirmed it, he said, Congratulations, Miss Anna, your fiancé has returned. He's at your house. Don't ask him about what happened, just give him a hug and comfort. God. Joyce felt that this matter was simply unimaginable and incomprehensible. Could it be that he knows me? Did someone send him a telegram? Is he familiar with the police at Enchantment Harbor? No, this is still inexplicable. How did he know that I'm at your house? How could he be so sure that you're going to get a divination? Did you make an appointment in advance? No, I chose it at the last minute, Anna answered blankly. Perhaps a good seer needs to have a wealth of information, even if it can't be used in a short period of time. Perhaps there really is something magical about divination. Anna's father, Mr. Wayne, sighed and concluded. In the known 1,000 years of history, as well as the unclear fourth epoch, divination has always existed. It has never disappeared. I think there must be a reason for it. Joyce shook his head slightly and asked, What's the matter? What's the name of that seer? Anna thought for a moment. Klein Moretti. In the reception hall of the Divination Club. As Klein had controlled his volume, Angelica tactfully didn't approach. Therefore, she only saw Anna leave as though she had lost her soul. She only saw Anna's expression of shock and confusion. Angelica walked to the sofa with small steps and asked curiously, "A good result?" She didn't dare to ask about the exact outcome, afraid that it would violate the unspoken rules of the fortune-tellers. "Yes." Klein nodded and took out 3 copper coins from his pocket. 1/8 of a soldi is 1.5 pence? "Yes." Angelica looked at the copper coins and saw that 1 was a penny and 2 were halfpence. She quickly returned them. "There's an extra halfpenny." Klein smiled faintly. "Thank you for taking care of my guest. She tipped me, so I should tip you too. This is also my way of thanking you for your recommendation," he added silently in his heart. "All right then." Angelica felt an inexplicable fear of Klein. Seeing that the reason was appropriate, she didn't reject him. Klein returned to the meeting room, thinking that there would be more people seeking divination. However, he didn't see a second customer until 40 minutes past 5. This wasn't to say that the divination club's business wasn't good, but that most people had a clear goal and had chosen their own fortune-teller. They must have been recommended by someone, and they had long decided on who they would get for divination. In short, I don't have enough reputation. Klein used gaming terms to make a self-deprecating comment. He finished his 3rd cup of side black tea, put on his half-top hat, and slowly walked out of the meeting room with his silver-inlaid cane. Angelica recalled Glassy's exhortations and hurriedly went forward. "Mr. Moretti, when will you be coming to the club next? Mr. Glassy wishes to thank you in person." "I'll come whenever I'm free. If fate allows us to meet, then he will definitely meet me," Klein replied in the tone of a charlatan, as though he was in character. Following that, he ignored Angelica's reaction and walked out of the divination club. He took a public carriage home. After entering, Klein saw Banson reading the newspaper. Melissa was using the evening sun to piece together some gears, bearings, and springs. "Good afternoon. Did Mrs. Shoud come to visit?" Klein asked in a relaxed tone. Banson didn't put down the newspaper and only looked up. "Mrs. Shoud stopped by for a quarter of an hour. She brought some gifts and was very pleased with the muffins and lemon cake we had prepared. She invited us to visit her house when we had the chance. She is a kind, polite lady who knows how to make conversation. The only problem is that their family believes in the Lord of Storms. They believe that girls shouldn't go to school and can only be homeschooled," Melissa mumbled softly. It was obvious that she was rather displeased with the matter. "Don't mind her. As long as she doesn't interfere with us, she'll still be a good neighbor," Klein consoled his sister with a smile. The Kingdom of Rouen was a country of many religions. It wasn't like the Fasak Empire in the north, which only obeyed the god of war, nor was it like the Fainapotter Kingdom in the south, which only worshipped Mother Earth. It was inevitable that the believers of the 3 major churches, the Lord of Storms, the Evernight Goddess, and the God of Steam and Machinery, would have some conflicting views and habits. However, after thousands of years, they restrained each other and didn't end up in a situation where they couldn't coexist. "Okay." Melissa pursed her lips and cast her gaze back at the pile of components. After dinner, Klein continued revising his history knowledge. He waited until Melissa and Banson had showered and returned to their rooms before he cleaned himself up, entered his bedroom, and locked the door. He wanted to sort out and summarize the problems that had arisen during this period of learning to prevent himself from forgetting or neglecting the crux of the matter. Only then could he have a clearer train of thought to deal with the subsequent developments. Klein flipped open his notebook, picked up a fountain pen, and began writing in Mandarin, 1 word at a time. Chapter 57. After pausing for a moment, Klein continued writing. "The essence of solving a potion problem is digestion, not mastery. This can be understood intuitively. Mastery is just using the potion's power as an external tool. Tamed beasts, no matter how well you master them, they still don't truly belong to you. The risk of backlash is relatively high. As for digestion, it is treating the potion as a part of you, breaking it down, fusing with it, absorbing it, and unifying them as a whole. There's no doubt about this for now. The key is why acting can aid in digestion. According to today's experience as a seer, I'll make two conjectures and wait for further verification. First, according to the potion's name, acting, it can change the state of the body, heart, and soul, allowing them to gradually approach the remnant stubborn spirit at the potion's core. From there, they will resonate, assimilate, and absorb bit by bit. Second, the remnant stubborn spirit at the potion's core is like a computer with perfect defenses. To infiltrate it, break it, and disintegrate it, one has to find a bug, a loophole, and a key. And the name of the potion reveals the corresponding clues. Thus, through acting, one can reconcile the body, heart, and soul, disguising as one of us, deceiving the guards, and swaggering in. This line of thought is similar to Roselle the Great's description. Regardless of the conjecture, the state of the body, heart, and soul cannot be bypassed. After all, they are the only bridge between acting and the potion's power. Klein put down his fountain pen and read the text again. For a moment, he wanted to thank the foodie empire for giving him exam-oriented education. Regardless of whether he chose science or engineering, he still possessed basic logical abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a keyboard warrior, nor would he have been able to carry out such analysis and conjectures. Perhaps acting is really effective. The specific changes need to be observed. Klein made a stage conclusion. Following that, he wrote the second question, a description that makes people feel strange. Why is a seer more knowledgeable and professional in the field of mysticism, but lacking in direct means of defeating the enemy? Shouldn't being knowledgeable and professional make a seer more powerful, allowing them to discover a way to defeat the enemy? The reasons are as follows. The first possibility is just like the online novels I've read before. I've transmigrated into the game world that has become reality. Therefore, different classes must have their own characteristics and be relatively balanced. But so far, I haven't seen any signs of digitization, nor have I seen any development of quests. I'll put this factor on hold for now, and the possibility is extremely low. Second, the underlying law of this world is balance. The Creator created this place with balance as the core. Third, the potions of the same sequence will be at the same energy level. This is the best state that our predecessors have discovered after exploring and summarizing. If the potion exceeds this energy level, it will easily collapse and lose control. If the potion is too low, it will not be able to obtain the extraordinary power that it wants. Therefore, in a situation where the energy level is fixed, if one side is stronger, the other side will naturally be weaker. The fourth one is that all things originate from the same source. They all originated from the Creator and are all fragments of the Creator. The underlying meaning of complementing each other is that each has its own problems. Currently, I'm leaning towards the third and fourth reasons. However, the latter is a myth with uncertain origins and can only be used as a reference. I'll first use the third one as a guide and verify it through my current studies and subsequent discoveries. At this point, Klein had already filled 2 full pages. However, he did not stop there. Instead, he began organizing new questions. From what I learned today, my luck enhancement ritual is a classic ritualistic magic. Such ritualistic magic can be split into 3 parts. The first is the sacrificial portion to please or attract the interest of the corresponding existence. The second part is the incantation that describes the specific target of the prayer. The third part is the actual part of what help I want to obtain. This needs to be explained using the corresponding formatted language and certain symbols. From this point of view, I can discover an obvious problem when I analyze the luck enhancement ritual. There is no third part. It has a sacrificial portion that places the staple food and takes 4 steps counterclockwise to form a square. It also has an incantation that indicates the direction of the prayer, such as the immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. However, it only closes its eyes and waits. It doesn't describe the goal of the ritual as improving one's luck. That is to say, the corresponding existence has no idea what this so-called luck enhancement ritual is asking for. It can only do as it pleases, as it pleases. What a scam. Isn't that Qin and Han Dynasty Arcana Compendium 2F** King scam? I must have been out of my mind back then to even think of giving it a try. Klein put down his fountain pen and took 2 deep breaths, trying his best to calm himself down. Phew! He exhaled a turbid breath and continued organizing his thoughts. I'll consider redesigning this ritual to make it complete. And the goal of the prayer is to return to Earth, to return to the world where my parents and friends are. Then, here comes the question. Is that existence doing as it pleases? Or does it have a deeper purpose? Furthermore, is the existence that the descriptive incantation points to on Earth, and the one that is pointed to in this world the same existence? If it is, then the difference in the effects of the first and second ritual can be explained as free will. Then, the second and third ritual can both head above the gray fog and connect to justice and the hanging man. There's almost no difference. What's the reason for that? When the fourth ritual proves to be stable and repeatable tomorrow afternoon, it means that the effect has solidified. It means that the goal of the prayer is hidden in a segment that I'm still unclear about. This way, adding new descriptions and new prayers won't result in a clear response. It might even cause the ritual to become chaotic and produce negative effect. The difference between the first and subsequent ritual, under the condition that the ritual's target remains the same, does it mean that the world I'm in will respond differently? It's like it's using a different interface. Then, how should I design it to achieve the effect I want? If I believe that the first and second ritual points to a different existence, then some of the previous questions can be perfectly explained. But similarly, the stability and unchanging of the second and third ritual means that the target of the prayer is hidden. There's no way to change it for the time being. Most importantly, who is the existence it points to? Where is he? Why doesn't he give me any hints or guidance? Is he in the depths of the world of gray fog? Can he be treated as a slumbering existence that is given a certain amount of stimulation and fixed feedback? Other than that, he won't interfere or affect me. Then, I can design different rituals to stimulate him and summarize the pattern of the feedback. Finally, I can find the correct way to return. But the problem is that if he isn't slumbering, then all the probing might lead to terrifying things happening. It's extremely dangerous. The first probing has to be sufficiently careful. The design has to avoid agitating him. What a headache. There's still room for further learning. Klein sighed and gave a conclusion. After that, he recorded a few other things in bits and pieces. There's always a formless voice echoing in my ears, shouting Hornacis and is it pronounced Feligra or Feligra? The Hornacis is a mountain range that straddles the Ruan Kingdom and the Republic of Intis. Its main peak is more than 6,000 meters tall. According to the Antigonus family's notebook, there was a nation of the Evernight there in the fourth epoch. Nation of the Evernight, Evernight goddess. Are the two related? Dependent, or an opposing faction? Was the Antigonus family destroyed by the Church of the Evernight Goddess related to the nation of the Evernight Goddess? The whispers I heard came from the notebook, from the shouts of the Antigonus family that spanned 1,000 years. What does Feligra represent? An interesting question. To be able to leave behind such a notebook and sealed artifact 2-049, it means that the Antigonus family wields rather powerful beyonder powers. Then, which sequence pathway do they possess? Is it complete or incomplete? Discovering that the notebook is in Ray Bieber's hands is a bit of a coincidence, but there aren't any signs of it being arranged. Is it really fate? One thought after another appeared on the tip of his pen as Klein happily wrote down the things he had encountered and his own guesses. Just like that, there were 4 pages, both front and back. Rip. Klein suddenly tore down the 4 pages and read them a few times from beginning to end. From time to time, he would circle points with his fountain pen and add a few sentences at other times. Time passed quickly, and the crimson moon was temporarily covered by dark clouds. Klein picked up the pocket watch on the table, clicked it open, and took a look. He put down the pocket watch and took out a box of matches from the drawer. He lit one and moved closer to the 4 pages of the notebook. The orange-red flames bit into the paper and quickly spread. Klein placed the 4 pages of the notebook on the wooden trash can and saw the ashes float down. He released his fingers and allowed the paper to fall. In less than 10 seconds, everything disappeared, leaving only the slightly circling ashes and the charred marks at the bottom of the wooden barrel to recount the past. As he had Roselle the Great's secret diary in front of him, Klein didn't dare leave behind any evidence that he could write in Chinese. If old Neil and company discovered the 4 pieces of paper, things would become unclear. And when writing confidential questions, be it in Rouen, ancient Fasac, or Hermes, Klein was worried that the person watching him in his dream would see and interpret the content. Therefore, he wrote in Chinese to organize and summarize. After he completed the task, he burned the paper to leave no traces. And because he couldn't keep it, he made a plan for himself. It was to summarize once a week to prevent forgetting. Seeing the ashes fall, Klein took out a piece of white paper and raised his head to write. Dear Teacher. Chapter 58. The next day, Monday morning, Klein, who was on his day off, didn't go out. Instead, he handed the letter to his mentor, Cohen Quinton, and the excess postage fee to Melissa. He entrusted her to deliver it to the post office near Tingen Technical School. After breakfast, he leisurely made up for the sleep he had lost during his work period. He only got out of bed when his stomach growled at noon. After heating up the leftovers from last night and eating a loaf of oatmeal bread, Klein took a newspaper and entered the bathroom on the 2nd floor. At times like this, he couldn't help but sigh at the lack of a cell phone. 7 or 8 minutes later, he came out feeling refreshed. He washed his hands, returned to his bedroom, and locked the door. Following that, Klein drew the curtains, lit the gas lamp, and did half an hour of cogitation. He practiced his spirit vision, spirit pendulum, and dowsing rod for half an hour. He then used his memory to review his mysticism knowledge for an hour. After doing all this, he tore the old newspaper into a dozen or so pieces and wrote the names of ingredients such as moonflower candle and full moon essence oil. He then simulated the process of ritualistic magic step by step to grasp the details. Before he was truly proficient and learned more, he didn't plan on trying ritualistic magic rashly. It would be a waste of ingredients and could easily attract danger. Over and over again, Klein picked up the silver pocket watch with a vine-patterned pattern and opened it to take a look. He realized that it was just past 2:45. He thought for a few seconds and took the old newspaper to the kitchen on the 1st floor to burn it. He used it to adjust his condition in preparation for the tarot gathering. After locking the bedroom door again, Klein didn't wait for 3 o'clock. He planned on entering the world above the gray fog early. He wanted to take this opportunity to investigate that place. Just as Klein stood in an empty spot in the room and was about to begin walking counterclockwise, he suddenly thought of something. He was worried about whether Justice and the hanging man had entered a suitable environment and whether they would be disturbed or discovered. He had said that he would think of a way to allow Justice and the hanging man to apply for leave in advance and miss the gathering if they really couldn't get away, or if they encountered some other situation. For the Klein of the past, this was an almost unsolvable problem. He couldn't just manually set up a different world's instant communication network, and the wired telegraph method would expose himself. And now, he found inspiration from ritualistic magic. Ritualistic magic that relies on external forces usually requires the help of different existences. Similar incantations will definitely have a clear direction at the beginning, such as the god of night, the Lady of Crimson, or a description of those unknown and hidden existences. Then can I change the incantation so that the description at the beginning points to me? Point at me, this way, even if Justice and the Hanging Man hold a ritual in a foreign country, I will still be able to obtain the corresponding information. Klein suddenly perked up and began to analyze the feasibility of this method. There are two difficulties. First, I'm not a powerful high-sequence beyonder. Even if the incantation's description points to me, it's unlikely that I'll receive the request. Secondly, how do I make sure that the description of the incantation will accurately point to me? How do I make sure that I won't go astray and hit an unknown existence that matches the description? That would be extremely dangerous. Klein paced back and forth as he pondered over the possible solutions. His footsteps were silent as he circled again and again. He naturally associated this matter with the mysterious world above the gray fog. Just because I can't receive the request, doesn't mean that the gray fog can't. The combination of it and the crimson star can directly pull a person into space, regardless of distance. You can consider tying me to that mysterious space when you're describing it in a directional manner. According to this line of reasoning, although I can't immediately receive the request when the other party holds the ritual, I'll be able to see the corresponding information as long as I enter the world above the gray fog. Simply put, it's the difference between online and offline messages on QQ. The more Klein thought about it, the more excited he became. He felt that this line of thinking was worth a try. Then what description should I use to accurately point to me, to point to the world above the gray fog? He began to consider the specific details. In fact, he had an incantation that could definitely succeed. It was the pure Ruan phonetic translation of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. However, the problem was that it would cause him to lose control of the world above the gray fog. He would lose his dominant position, so he could only eliminate it. The fool from an alternate world? No, that's accurate enough. There's almost no other existence that fits the criteria, but it will expose my greatest secret. Klein thought of incantations one after another, but he rejected them all. 7 or 8 minutes later, he finally finalized the first paragraph of the incantation. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. This was obviously not accurate enough, so Klein quickly added another paragraph. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The combination of the two would almost be able to restrict it to him, and it would also tie the gray fog to him. Just a little more. I can't eliminate the possibility that there are many spaces above the gray fog and many rulers. I can't eliminate the possibility that this description points to the spirit world. Klein frowned and planned on adding another layer of insurance. He considered for a full minute and finally came up with the final description. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. This was an approximate translation of the Emperor of Heaven and Earth for blessings. If it was just him alone, it was very likely that he would go astray and provoke unknown dangerous existences. However, with the first two restrictions, and with his previous experience of entering the world above the gray fog using similar incantations, the target of the description could be completely locked in. Klein didn't know if the ritualistic magic would be effective if he followed the 3 descriptions, but he was certain that it wouldn't attract the attention of other existences. It wouldn't put Justice and the Hanging Man in danger. Klein let out a long breath and silently recited the incantation he had thought of. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. He nodded indiscernibly and took out the pocket watch from his pocket to confirm the time. It's 2:58. Klein didn't think any further. He put away the pocket watch and entered cogitation. Accompanied by the incantation, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and formed a square. The loudest noise and the most soul-stirring screams sounded again. He felt a headache that was even more unbearable than when he consumed the seer potion. This was different from the excruciating pain of having his head pierced through. It was a swelling pain that made him irritable, irrational, and confused. Klein used cogitation to control himself and tried his best not to listen. The murmurs and murmurs receded like the tide. His body became lighter, and so did his spirituality. Everything became ethereal. The boundless gray fog appeared in his sight, and the crimson stars were near and far like eyes. Above the gray fog, the towering palace that looked like the residence of a giant still stood there, as though it had existed there for millions of years. With just a thought, Klein's figure disappeared and he sat at the seat of honor at the long bronze table with 22 high-back chairs. The ritual's effects have indeed been fixed, he muttered and tapped his glabella, allowing the grayish-white fog to envelop him. It was thicker than before. According to the hanging man's description, if Justice became a spectator, then it was best not to expose his actions in front of her. Without time to investigate, Klein stretched out his right hand and formed an invisible connection to communicate with the two familiar crimson stars. On the dark blue Sonia Sea, an ancient sailboat sailed with the wind. Alger Wilson locked himself in the captain's cabin, allowing the ghost ship to provide him with the highest level of protection. The pocket watch in front of him was spread open beside the brass sextant. It was ticking, not joyful, but nervous. Just as the hour, minute, and second hands pointed to the correct position, a crimson blob exploded in front of Alger Wilson's eyes, ignoring the layers of protection. Sigh. His sigh echoed in the captain's cabin. Bakeland, Empress Borough. Audrey Hall leaned against the velvet pillow and looked at the yellowish-brown paper in her hand again. Her gem-like eyes seemed to hide two slowly spinning soul vortexes. Her gaze was calm and cold, as if she was waiting for a play to unfold. The crimson exploded, and she watched herself being engulfed in a condescending manner. Above the gray fog, in the grand palace, the long bronze table was mottled and ancient. As soon as Audrey Hall's figure appeared, Klein, who had already activated his spirit vision, looked over. Without surprise, he saw that the colors in the depths of her aura had blended into one, becoming pure and tranquil like a lake that clearly reflected everything. She has indeed become a beyonder. Just as Klein was about to shift his gaze away, he suddenly realized that the high-back chair belonging to Miss Justice had changed. The resplendent stars on the back of the chair moved rapidly, forming an illusory constellation that didn't belong to reality. In Klein's eyes, this constellation was very familiar, because it was a symbol in mysticism. The symbol that symbolized a dragon. Spectator. Dragon. Klein controlled himself not to shake his head as he looked inquiringly at the hanging man's high-back chair. Normally, with his angle of vision, he definitely wouldn't be able to see the situation on the back of the chair, but this was his home turf. Everything appeared according to his will. The constellation on the back of the chair didn't change, but Klein, who had gained a basic understanding of mysticism, wasn't as ignorant as before. He recognized it as the symbol of storm. Sailor. Blessed of the sea. Storm. That's not a problem. The colors in the depths of the hanging man's aura have become a lot purer. He advanced. Right, what's the symbol on the back of my chair? Klein held back his urge, and just like before, he tapped the edge of the long table 3 times with his finger and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Miss Justice. Congratulations, Miss Justice. You're now a beyonder." He can tell straight away? Audrey was taken aback for a moment before she smiled faintly. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man. It's faster than I imagined, Alger Wilson said frankly. Klein didn't continue the topic. He tapped his glabella and smiled. Chapter 59. Upon hearing the fool's question, Audrey didn't immediately answer like before. Instead, she widened her crystal-clear eyes and looked at the hanging man with a scrutinizing gaze. Alger subconsciously restrained his body movement. After a few seconds of silence, he said, After a few seconds of silence, he said, "I discovered 2 pages of Roselle the Great's diary and memorized their contents. I have 1 page." Audrey, whose vision was obstructed by the gray fog, replied in a tone as though she was watching from the sidelines. "Very good." Klein didn't allow his joy and disappointment to infect his voice. He was happy that there were 3 pages, but he was disappointed that there were only 3 pages. This was because the first collection would definitely be relatively easy. It would be an excavation of one's own resources and channels. It would become more and more difficult in the future as it would involve more factors. "Are we going to express it now?" Audrey asked calmly. "Yes." Klein nodded succinctly. He maintained his previous posture and didn't change much. He had to be careful in front of a spectator. As he said that, a yellowish-brown goatskin and a dark red fountain pen appeared in front of Audrey and Alger. The 2 of them picked up their writing tools and began recalling the symbols in their memories, as well as expressing their emotions urgently. Silently, line after line of words appeared on the yellowish-brown parchment. Some were upright and elegant, some were elegant and graceful, and some were crooked and slanted. In less than a minute, the contents that Audrey and Alger had forcefully memorized were all printed out. With a thought, the 3 pages of goatskin appeared in Klein's hand. He scanned through the diary and discovered that the order of the language was reversed. There were omissions and typos in the content. However, experiments proved that a certain degree of errors in the order didn't affect his reading in Mandarin, and having been tormented by asterisks for so long, he had no fear of missing or typos. April 8th, I stood at the bow of the Black King and spread my arms. I said to Grimm and Edwards, "Do you want my treasures? Then come to the end of the bewilderment fog sea to look for it. I hid all my treasures here." They didn't understand my humor at all and actually asked me if I really had extra treasures. How boring. You guys can't be my 4 horsemen of the apocalypse like this. On the 11th of April, I discovered a nameless island that isn't on a safe sea route. There are quite a few extraordinary species on it. No, I prefer to call them extraordinary species. That sounds more impressive. In addition to them, there are many strange creatures on the island. I think if Darwin transmigrated here, he would definitely not be able to write the theory of evolution. On the 15th of April, Glenn became a little strange. Was he infected? When had Roselle the Great, who was born in the kingdom of Intis, ever sailed? The bewilderment fog sea should be the sea to the west of the Republic of Intis. I have to go to the library to find some historical materials to compare. Klein quickly finished reading the page and cast his gaze to the end. At this moment, he no longer hid the fact that he knew Roselle the Great's secret symbol, because this was behavior befitting of the identity of the fool. As for Audrey and Alger, they didn't say a word. They sat there quietly and waited. They didn't seem to be surprised by this outcome at all. They even believed that this was the right way to go. October 2nd, they actually decided to let me get engaged to Matilda of the Abel family without discussing it with me first. Heavens, I haven't even met her yet. No, I must reject it. Even if I have to run away from home, even if I have to rely on myself and suffer all kinds of oppression, I must resist this arranged marriage. October 5th, Miss Matilda is so beautiful. October 6th, her personality and temperament are all the type I like. I'm beginning to look forward to our marriage. Hey, Emperor, where's your integrity? Klein leaned back in his high-back chair, not allowing his emotions to penetrate the gray fog. He realized that Roselle didn't write a diary every day in the early days. Typically, he would only write when he encountered something, needed to complain, record, or express his emotions. Moving his gaze down, Klein looked at the last entry on the diary page. October 9th, they actually call me the son of steam. I like it very much. Seeing that the contents of the first 2 pages were temporarily worthless, Klein couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he wasn't disheartened. He moved the third diary page to the top. The content was written on both sides of the page. 21 St. May, the Church of the God of Craftsmanship gave me two choices. Two sequence pathways beginnings. One is savant, which belongs to the complete sequence chain that they themselves control. The other is mystery prior, which I obtained from the Moses ascetic order and lacks a higher sequence. 22nd of May. My choice is very simple. Savant. I'm a savant with a complete sequence. Although grasping more mysticism knowledge will help me find a way home, the problem is that transmigration requires external help when I'm not strong enough. And whether the external help is good or bad, benevolent or malevolent, I can't control it. It's very dangerous. In that case, I might as well make myself stronger and rely on my own strength to return. Therefore, a complete sequence is the most important factor I consider. May 23rd, I became a savant. With the power of the potion, I actually recalled all the knowledge I learned in the past. Physics, chemistry, and so on. Not only did I recall them, but I also deeply understood and grasped them. Haha, this is practically a job tailor-made for a foreign visitor like me. It can maximize my advantage. I have to say that if I were to return in this state and return to my third year of high school, I would definitely become a top scholar. If I have more standardized and in-depth professional studies, becoming a scientist wouldn't be too difficult a goal. May 26th, I enjoy the identity of a savant very much. Something strange happened. When I called myself a savant and did things in accordance with its position, the whispers that almost drove me crazy quietened down. My temper that would erupt from time to time was also under control, and I remembered the diary. Is this the acting that the mysterious Mr. Zeratul mentioned to me? This might be the key to resolving the latent problems of the potion. As Klein read this page of the diary, he felt that there was a clear difference between him and Roselle the Great in terms of personality and style. For example, when it came to returning home, he was more concerned about using his deep grasp of mysticism knowledge to avoid danger and achieve his goal. As for Roselle the Great, his thoughts were to rely on himself to grasp the danger in his hands. I have to say that at times, I'm quite envious of such people. Perhaps everyone yearns for things that they don't have. Of course, I also have to consider strengthening myself. I have to be strong in both hands. Thoughts surfaced in Klein's mind, making him sigh. As for Roselle the Great's description of reducing the latent problems of the potion, it gave him a lot of confidence in his conclusion from last night. He had a clearer grasp of the essence of acting. Putting down the 3 diary pages, Klein looked up at Justice and the hanging man and smiled. Sorry, I was too engrossed. Audrey calmed the envy in her heart and said with a faint smile, I can understand. I look forward to the day when I can exchange for the contents of Roselle the Great's diary from you. That comes with a price. Klein smiled as he glanced at Justice and swept his gaze across the hanging man. Audrey clasped her hands in front of her and said, Mr. Fool, Mr. the Hanging Man, I have 3 questions for you. If you think the answers are of high value, tell me what you want, and I will try my best to find them. No problem, Alger replied simply and calmly. Klein nodded lightly and leaned back more comfortably. Audrey pondered for a few seconds. First question, what exactly does acting mean? I found that the residual spirit in the potion has very little effect on me. Is it because I've been acting as a spectator all this time? Alger did not speak. He looked at the fool as if he was waiting for an answer. Klein tapped the edge of the long table with his finger and said in a relaxed tone, Let me use a more vivid example to illustrate. The core power of the sequence potion is a heavily guarded castle. The remnant spirit that can cause a backlash resides in the castle. Our goal is to get rid of it and become the true master of the castle. We have 2 methods now. The first is to force our way in. This might not succeed, but it will definitely harm us unless we have an absolute advantage. But clearly we don't have that. The second method is that we have an invitation letter from the owner of the castle. This invitation letter will allow us to pass the checks of the guards and successfully sneak into the castle, easily finishing off the enemy. However, the problem is that this invitation letter has descriptions of the guest's appearance and the corresponding temperament. Therefore, we have to disguise ourselves and act as the invited guest. Do you understand? As though he had already guessed it, Alger immediately asked, that invitation letter is the name of the sequence potion? Yes. Klein gave an affirmative answer. Audrey was enlightened when she heard that. She felt that she completely understood the meaning of acting, and the slightly agitated her immediately left her state of being a spectator. She happily praised, "What an outstanding method! What an outstanding method! I think it suits your title very well. Its style is very compatible with the Fool. I never expected acting to be used in such a manner. Fortunately, I've been instinctively acting as a spectator these days." She paused and said, "What an outstanding method! I think this is a very valuable answer. I can't just accept it with peace of mind. Mr. Fool, what kind of exchange do you want? Of course, I remember that I still owe you a page of Roselle the Great's diary." "More Roselle's diary, or—" Klein paused. He originally wanted to say anything about the seer sequence, but he felt that such a low-level request would ruin the Fool's image. Therefore, he gave up on it at the last minute. He planned to find an opportunity in the future to ask without leaving a trace. "After all, I've just advanced, and I haven't completely digested the seer potion." He consoled himself and added without batting an eyelid, "or anything about the Antigonus family. Or anything about the Antigonus family. Even if it's something I knew before, it's fine." Alger was silent for a few seconds. He cautiously looked at the seat of honor at the long bronze table and slowly said, "Or anything about the Antigonus family." Chapter 60. "No problem." Klein tried his best to keep his tone deep. He placed his left elbow on the armrest of the high-backed chair and used his fingers to support his slightly tilted forehead, pretending to listen calmly. Alger deliberated over his words and said, "The Antigonus family is an ancient family. Their history can even be traced back to the Cataclysm era before the Fourth Epoch. It's related to the Second Blasphemy Slate." "The Second Blasphemy Slate? There's a Second Blasphemy Slate? How many are there?" Klein's pupils constricted as he nearly changed his posture. According to what the hanging man and justice had previously said, the blasphemy slate recorded 22 pathways of the divine. There are actually 2 of such important items, or even more. 22 pathways of the divine. Sequence pathways. Can these 2 terms be equated? Every complete sequence pathway is a path that leads to the throne of God? In that instant, thoughts popped up in Klein's mind due to the description of the second blasphemy slate. He believed that if it wasn't for the thick grayish-white fog concealing him, his emotional reaction would have been discovered by Miss Spectator. As for the term Cataclysm era, as a professional, he wasn't unfamiliar with it. It was another name for the Third Epoch. After a period of revision, Klein even knew that the Third Epoch was divided into 2 eras, the Glorious Era and the Cataclysm Era. The second blasphemy slate? Audrey didn't hide her curiosity. She hadn't calmed down and returned to her spectator state. Good question. Klein secretly cheered for Miss Justice. This was a question that wasn't convenient for him to ask as the Fool. Alger glanced at the Fool, and seeing that his posture hadn't changed, nor did he say anything to stop him, he thought for a moment. The first blasphemy slate appeared during the Dark Epoch, which was also the second epoch when we humans struggled to survive under the protection of the gods. The second blasphemy slate appeared at the end of the Third Epoch. It could even be said that its appearance marked the end of the Calamity Epoch. The information on these 2 blasphemy slates is strictly confidential by the 7 churches. I only know one thing, and that is that they involve the pathway of the divine. As for the differences between them, I'm not sure. Did Roselle the Great see the first or second blasphemy slate? Audrey asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Klein recalled Alger's description of the potion names during the first gathering. He said that the names of the sequence potions came from the blasphemy slate. Similarly, Captain also mentioned that the formation and perfection of the potion system depends on the birth of the blasphemy slate. This indirectly proves that the pathway of the gods is the sequence pathway. Klein gave a silent answer to his question. At this moment, the hanging man Alger simply and directly said, "The second one." Audrey's eyes turned calm as she once again entered her spectator state. She didn't press further as she focused on the hanging man. This made Alger feel rather uncomfortable. He held back his emotions and continued in a low voice, "I'm not sure." During the Solomon dynasty in the Fourth Epoch, although the Antigonus family was an illustrious noble, they didn't leave a deep impression. Only when they supported the establishment of the Tudor Empire did they truly stand in the center of the northern continent's stage. Back then, ancient names like Antigonus, Ammon, Abraham, and Jacob shone in the human kingdoms. But after the War of the Four Emperors, the Tudor Empire's blood emperor perished. They fell from their peak and were pursued by the present 7 deities. I'm not sure of the exact process. I only know that the Antigonus family was eventually destroyed by the Church of Evernight. Mr. Fool, if you wish to know more, I'm afraid you can only obtain it from the Church of Evernight or come into contact with those ancient secret organizations. You know which ones I'm referring to? I don't know. Klein nodded bitterly. Yes. The secret order counts as one. The Moses ascetic order that the captain and old Neil mentioned before counts as one. I wonder if the psychological alchemy counts as one. While he was silently doing inventory, Alger gave him the final piece of information. I similarly do not know which sequence pathway the Antigonus family has mastered. However, in the relevant descriptions there are 2 adjectives that appear repeatedly: strange and terrifying. Strange and terrifying. Thinking back to the notebook, thinking back to the original Klein, his classmates, and the encounter with Ray Bieber's mother, it's indeed more apt. Klein tapped the edge of the long table with his other hand a few times. Following that, he slowly said in a low voice, "Very good. I'm very satisfied with this payment." The reason why he repeatedly tapped the long table with his fingers was to strengthen this action. He wanted to make justice, and the hanging man believed that he had a habit of tapping something, so as to conceal the activation and deactivation of his spirit vision. "It's my honor." Alger didn't mention anything else. Audrey looked at the hanging man, then at the fool, and said with a faint smile, "Then, I'll ask the second question. What are the subsequent potions for Spectator? Where can I find clues? I also want to ask directly, but different choices require different difficulties." Klein didn't speak as he cast his gaze at the hanging man. Alger fell silent for a few seconds. "I'll answer this question for free, because I was the one who guided you onto this pathway. The subsequent sequence 8 of Spectator is called telepathist. The ancient name for sequence 7 is psychoanalyst, but it's now described as psychiatrist. This is what I learned from a member of the psychological alchemy. I believe they have quite a number of potion formulas for this pathway. Psychological alchemy. Spirit medium daily agrees with some of their theories, but the captain believes that it's evil and crazy." Klein listened thoughtfully. "Do you know the current whereabouts of that psychological alchemy member?" Audrey asked with her eyes lit up. Be it telepathist or psychiatrist, they were quite in line with her aesthetic standard. Alger let out a rare laugh. "I know. He sank near Sonia Island. I sank him myself. If you're looking for psychological alchemy, then I can only apologize that the clues have been cut off." He wasn't worried that Justice would be able to determine his identity through his description, because he had done it alone. Sank. Audrey didn't know what expression or words to use in response. She took a deep breath and suddenly couldn't maintain her spectator state. She said a little bashfully, "Third question. If, and I'm saying if, an ordinary animal drinks a sequence 9 potion, what would happen?" "What kind of darn question is that?" Klein tapped his glabella twice with his finger that was propping up his forehead. Soon, he could tell from the change in color that Audrey's emotions were a little flustered, a little nervous, and a little ashamed. "Did she do something as stupid as that?" Klein was slightly stunned, but he didn't find it strange. After the previous 2 gatherings, he was certain that Miss Justice had the genes for this. Alger was clearly taken aback as well. After a while, he said, "That's right. After a while," he said, "ordinary animals don't have the brains of humans, so they can't learn cogitation immediately. Therefore, there's a high chance that they will die on the spot or collapse into monsters. But if they survive, they should be able to become beyonder creatures. If the potion can improve their thinking abilities, they might even become smarter." "All right." Audrey silently exhaled and nodded with a relaxed tone. "I don't have any other questions." Alger thought for a moment and didn't mention the Aurora Order or the listener. He shook his head as well. He shook his head and said, "Me neither. I have something." Klein's posture didn't change as he said with a smile, "This requires your cooperation." Without deactivating his spirit vision, he immediately noticed that the hanging man was clearly nervous. The previously carefree Miss Justice was also a little more afraid and cautious. Without waiting for them to speak, Klein comforted them. "Don't worry. It's just a small matter. If it succeeds, it will be very helpful to you. Therefore, I won't pay you any additional compensation. Go ahead." Audrey instinctively entered her spectator state, but she couldn't see through the thick gray fog that enveloped the fool. "By your will," Alger calmed down and said in a deep voice. Klein's fingers moved slightly as he smiled. "As I said before, I'm going to try something so that you can apply for leave in advance. You don't have to worry about being in an inappropriate situation on Monday afternoon." "That's exactly what we hope for." Audrey's brows relaxed. Alger pondered for a moment. "What do we need to do?" "You can try a ritualistic magic in your free time. It doesn't have to be too formal, just an environment where you won't be disturbed will do. Place 4 new candles on the altar, 1 at each of the 4 corners. It would be best if they have the smell of sandalwood. Place a portion of white bread at the top left candle, a portion of feinepotter noodles at the top right candle, paella at the bottom left and desi pie at the bottom right. Use a silver knife to create a sealed spiritual environment." Klein described the ritualistic magic he had modified from the luck enhancement ritual and taught Miss Justice how to create a spiritual environment for free. To be honest, as the target was himself, Klein believed that the first part, which was to attract the interest of the corresponding existences and please them, could be skipped. However, he still tried his best to make the process seem like it. Of course, it didn't match up to old Neil's description of the deities as 2 and himself as 3. Distill the moonflower, gold mint, slumber flower, fingered citron, and rock rose and extract them into essential oil. Drip a drop on each candle. Audrey listened with great interest and took note. "In the end," she asked, "what about the incantation? Mr. Fool, where's the corresponding incantation?" Alger put down the fountain pen in his hand and turned to look at the fool. Shrouded in the grayish-white fog, Klein tapped the edge of the long table with his finger and replied in Hermes in a calm and unperturbed manner. Chapter 61. The Fool That Doesn't Belong to This Era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Audrey Hall silently recited the 3 descriptions. Her heart was suddenly in turmoil, and she could no longer maintain her spectator state. As a mysticism enthusiast, before she was pulled into the gray fog, although she hadn't officially come into contact with beyonder powers, she would still exchange what she knew and what she didn't know during private gatherings with other nobles. She would learn the Hermes language used for sacrificial rituals, and she would try some rituals that others spoke of. Without exception, none of those rituals produced any effects, but they also gave Audrey a certain understanding of the formatted incantation. Therefore, she knew very well what the fool's 3-paragraph description meant in other rituals. It represented and pointed at the 7 deities that looked down on the entire world. It was almost equivalent to the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror. Mr. Fool is the unknown, secretive, and godlike existence that Glaint and the others mentioned. He's the source of danger that we have to carefully avoid during the ritual? Audrey quickly recalled the size of her friends who wanted to try but didn't dare to try certain strange rituals. She was momentarily at a loss for words. Alger Wilson, who knew and understood more than her, trembled from the bottom of his heart. If the ritualistic magic designed by the Fool can really point at him and allow him to receive our request, then we have to use him as a form of respect. Using this third-person honorific to describe deities and similar existences, how lucky and wise. I've always been very cooperative and didn't do anything foolish. Even when I was probing, it was within the bounds of normal. He might be an ancient, secretive, and terrifying existence, but he didn't appear before us with his original appearance and true name. The primordial demoness, the hidden sage, or the true creator that several mysterious sects believe in. Alger understood that the Fool he was seeing might not necessarily be his true appearance. He might not even have a gender or be a humanoid creature. Klein held his forehead with one hand and tapped the edge of the long bronze table with the other. He keenly sensed the changes in the hanging man and Justice, but he pretended that nothing had happened, and acted as if everything was within his expectations. He continued to speak on his own. I beg for your help. I pray for your blessing. I beg you to let me have a good dream. Slumber flower, an herb belonging to the crimson moon, please transfer your power to my incantation. Fingered citron, an herb belonging to the sun, please transfer your power to my incantation. He finished describing the incantation that belonged to another format, and smiled at the end. Madam, sir, do you remember? Ah! Audrey exclaimed softly. She hurriedly covered her mouth, and began to seriously recall. With the powerful memory of a spectator, she quickly finished recording and repeated it for confirmation. Alger, on the other hand, was much more normal than her. No matter what he thought, the pen in his hand never stopped moving. After Klein confirmed Audrey's record, he smiled and said, If this attempt succeeds, then next time we can slightly modify the incantation to achieve our goal. No later than Wednesday. I hope that you can find time to complete this ritual. He planned to enter again on Thursday night to confirm if the ritualistic magic was effective. The reason why he didn't let the hanging man and Justice directly pray for absence was because Klein was worried that he wouldn't be able to tell if they really wanted to apply for leave, or if it was the result of trying the ritualistic magic. Should he pull them in when the time came? By your will, Audrey and Alger answered respectfully, restraining their emotions. According to the hanging man's previous suggestion, we'll have a chat after the official business. Who wants to start first? Klein gestured for them to start. Audrey pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Fool, your suggestion for the selection of exams and the separation of official business and government has received the approval of many members of Parliament. Perhaps it can really become a reality. Of course, with the efficiency of the kingdom's government, the plan will only appear in half a year at the earliest. She wasn't worried that the hanging man would use this matter to figure out her identity. This was because she had only casually said a few words to make those proud madams believe that their brilliant minds had played a role. It made them eager to show off to their husbands, their fathers, and their brothers. At that moment, Audrey felt as though she had seen golden peacocks spreading their tails. She believed that those madams would constantly remind themselves that the glory of this matter belonged to themselves, and they would completely forget their own role. They would argue among themselves about who was the first to suggest it. And using such an ingenious method to change the situation of the kingdom gave Audrey a strange sense of accomplishment. It was as though she had found a way to influence the plot of a play as a spectator. "I hope so," the hanging man Alger replied with a mocking tone. He paused for a few seconds and glanced at the fool sitting at the end of the long bronze table. He deliberated over his words and said, "In recent decades, the activities of various secret organizations have been on the rise. There have even been the emergence of a few new, large-scale organizations with certain beyonder powers. Are you trying to find out the reason from me? I haven't even begun to come into contact with information regarding illegal organizations." Klein only smiled and didn't comment on the hanged man's news. Instead, he said ambiguously, "Some ancient powers are awakening. For example, the power represented by the Antigonus family's notebook. Is that so?" Alger muttered to himself, as though he had thought of something. Klein swept his gaze across the hanging man and Justice. He smiled and said, "If there's nothing else to share, let's end today's gathering here. By your will." Audrey and Alger stood up at the same time. With a swipe of his finger, Klein severed his connection with the crimson stars and watched the two figures disappear from the majestic hall. He stood up and turned to his high-backed chair, which was behind the seat of honor at the long bronze table. He looked at the constellation symbol there. The resplendent stars formed a strange symbol, a symbol that wasn't within the scope of Klein's current knowledge of mysticism. He carefully identified it and saw the pupil-less eye that symbolized concealment, as well as the contorted lines that symbolized change. Both of them were missing a portion, and they overlapped with each other to form a new symbol. Incomplete concealment, incomplete change. What do they mean when added together? Klein frowned as he muttered, temporarily unable to come up with an answer. He retracted his gaze and circled the magnificent, ancient temple, not missing a single corner. "Back then, I just had a random thought and only gave a rough concept. I didn't describe the shape of the palace, long table, and chairs in detail. Then, what's the basis for their appearance? The most optimal choice? The initial template? Or a reflection of reality?" As Klein looked at it, he suddenly thought of a problem he had previously neglected. "I have to say that as a keyboard warrior, I'm indeed inexperienced in many matters. I'm not sharp enough, so I'm slow on the uptake." With such a self-reflection, Klein seriously examined the area above the gray fog and the surroundings of the temple. However, he didn't find any other creatures, nor did he discover anything strange. As for the seemingly boundless illusory land even further away, he didn't dare to venture deep for fear that he would be completely lost there. "Phew, this place is indeed filled with mysteries. I wonder if there will be new changes when I become stronger." Klein sighed as he released his spirituality and enveloped himself, simulating the feeling of falling rapidly. Everything flew by quickly as all sorts of illusions shattered. He passed through the grayish-white fog and saw the real world. He saw the desk, curtains, and coat rack in his bedroom. Bakeland, Empressboro. Audrey saw an oil painting hanging on the wall and felt the softness of a velvet pillow. She didn't get up immediately. Instead, she seriously recalled today's gathering, as though she was watching a reenactment of a play. Mr. Fool said that when he tried the ritual, he gave the mysterious ruler, the King of Yellow and Black, and other descriptive incantations. His tone had a certain level of confidence. Audrey, who was silently analyzing, suddenly took a deep breath as her body trembled. "Forget it. Since I can't resist it, I won't think about it. Mr. Fool has always been very kind. He should be an existence of order." Audrey's mood quickly improved as she thought of her acting and the weakness of the potion's backlash. She hummed a light melody, left the bed, and walked out the door. She took the initiative to adjust her state and transform into a spectator. When she opened the door, she saw a maid passing by. She saw the calluses on her hands, the sunburn on her face, and many other similar details. This allowed her to deduce many things. At this moment, Audrey suddenly sensed something. She quickly turned her head to look at the dark corner that was away from the balcony. She saw the golden retriever, Susie, squatting there, quietly observing her, just like how she was observing the maid. Goddess. The corners of Audrey's mouth twitched. She wanted to cover her face and let out a long sigh. On the Sonia Sea, in the heavily protected captain's cabin, Alger woke up and realized that nothing had changed around him. It was as though nothing had happened. He sighed and muttered to himself, an ancient existence? After leaving the ritual, Klein opened the curtains, took out his notebook, and began writing again. He recalled the contents of Roselle the Great's diary entries. Through such records, he strengthened his impression of him so that he wouldn't forget it in the future. After he finished writing, he read it over and over again. But in the end, he tore up the notes he had written and burned them completely. If I do this once a week, I probably won't forget the key points. However, as time passes, the missions will become more and more difficult. What a pity, I don't have any good ideas for now. I've never learned cryptography. Klein gathered his thoughts, stretched his neck, and planned to go to the divination club.